Good morning, everybody. Let me call the meeting to order. Can I ask everybody to stand up for a 1-minute reflection, please? Thank you. You may be seated. So let us start the business of the day. First, let us put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen present here, to welcome our new secretary for the RWPC, Miss Edna Mafurize from the Parliament of Zambia. And on Zimbabwe, she is also a researcher for the SADC-PF SRHR project. Put our hands together in welcoming her. Thank you. And let me ask the new secretary to go through the credentials, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I would like to give the credentials for the meeting to confirm that we have a quorum to proceed with the meeting. Honorable Chair, honorable members, we have a total of 28 women parliamentarians here present, coming from 13 out of the 15 SADC member states, as follows. Honorable Regina Esperon, Seychelles, who is the chairperson for this caucus. Honorable Ramarosa Emeline Rakotobe from Madagascar, vice chairperson for this caucus. Honorable Ruth Mendes, Angola. Honorable Teresa Jos Adeline Neto, Angola. Honorable Anne Mary Bilambagu, DRC. Honorable Nadine Mangabu Lubea, DRC. Honorable Senator Princess Omelele Lamini, Eswatini. Honorable Mary Jane Masi Olameli, Madagascar. Honorable Rachel Zulu, Malawi. Honorable Resby Gama Kadama, Malawi. Honorable Mary Genevieve Stephen Agwetiu, Mauritius. Honorable Mary Joanne Sabrina To, Mauritius. Honorable Jeremiah Agostino, Mozambique. Honorable Maria Mata Fernando, Mozambique. Honorable Tara Motu, Namibia. Honorable Agnes Kafula, Namibia. Honorable Emilia Nyoma, proxy for Honorable Paula Cooper, Namibia. Honorable Rossi Bistoki, Seychelles. Honorable Kensani Keti, Bilankulu, South Africa. Honorable Tombuvio Veronica Menti Kuna, South Africa. Honorable Shelley Joseph Raymond, Tanzania. Honorable Hawa Sabria Mwaifunga, Tanzania. Honorable Julian Nyemba, Zambia. Honorable Mutinta Mazoka, Zambia. Honorable Princess Kasun, Zambia. Honorable Corina Mpariwa, Zimbabwe. Honorable Goodluck Kwaramba, Zimbabwe. And Honorable Senator Tambuzani Mohadi, Zimbabwe. Apologies came from Botswana, and the second one came from Lesotho, who is yet to constitute their membership. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Edna. We will proceed with the adaptation of the agenda. The agenda was circulated in the WhatsApp group. Can you have it up on the screen, please? Can we have the agenda on the screen, please? Sure, Chair. And can we have a member to propose that we adopt the agenda, please? Thank you, Zimbabwe. Can we have a seconder? Can you have someone to second? Thank you. It's Zambiano. Zimbabwe again. No, can we have another country to second, please? Zimbabwe has proposed. Thank you, Mauritius. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The Vice President of SADC PF, Honorable Marie-Joanne Sabrina Tu, the Vice Chairperson RWPC, Roma Rosa Emeline Rakotobe, Her Excellency, SADC PF Secretary General, Ms. Wemo Sugoma, SADC PF Secretaries, staff from National Parliament in the SADC region, esteemed resource persons, distinguished participants. Good morning again. Bon dia, bonjour to you all lovely ladies and gentlemen in attendance. I trust that you all had a safe travel from your respective countries. For those of you who has recently joined us to the venue of this meeting, and a peaceful sleep with beautiful dreams here in South Africa. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this meeting under the theme, Leveraging Social Media to Advance Women Political Participation in the SADC region. This meeting comes at a time when 11 countries in the SADC region will hold their election this year and in 2024 as follows. 2023, Zimbabwe, July, August, Eswatini, September, Madagascar, presidential election, November, December, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, December. And in 2024, election will be held in Botswana, the Comoros, Madagascar, legislative election, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, and finally, South Africa. Honorable members, distinguished participants, elections are regarded as an indispensable root of democracy. Hence, the SADC countries hold them on a regular basis. As you may all be aware, the SADC PF has been at the forefront of creating conducive environment for holding of elections, free, fair, and credible elections in the SADC region. The forum has been doing this through continuous review and adaptation of legal frameworks, governing electoral systems and processes based on experiences and best practices. In order to ensure that these instruments are adhered to, the forum has a mechanism to monitor elections through the SADC Election Observer Mission. However, it is regrettable, honorable members, to note that the forum is currently grappling to sponsor the Election Observer Mission due to limited resources. This is a cause of concern that needs our collective action to ensure that resources are mobilized for the Election Observer Missions to discharge its mandate. Honorable members, distinguished participants, this meeting comes after the caucus received submission from SADC citizens during the public hearing conducted in November 2022 on various issues that affects women political participation in the SADC regions. Submissions aim at answering the question arising from the following four thematic areas. 1, How can citizens promote women participation in decision-making processes in the public sector at all levels? Secondly, which measure may be put in place to increase women participation in parliament to attain the 50-50 gender parity? Thirdly, should budget passed in parliament consider and mainstream women issue? Which measure should be put in place to increase the representation of women on board of private corporation? In the interest of time and cognizant of the fact that the minutes containing the key issues raised in the submission would be considered in this meeting, I do not wish to belabor the point. However, I will give a summary of the cross-cutting silent issues raised during the public hearing. The submissions made by the SADC citizens noted that women represented a large percentage of world population, yet they were largely underrepresented in decision-making structures at various levels in both public and private sector, owing to various challenges. Despite the commitment by the SADC member states to the several legal instruments to promote women political participation at all levels, there were very few women represented in parliament in comparison to their male counterpart. Some reasons cited for fueling gender disparity in political decision-making structures included lack of resources for the campaign process for women, lack of civic education, culture, perception, gender-based violence, intimidation, and electoral laws and systems that work to disadvantage women. There should be strong political will from member states with adequate resources to support women empowerment programs to enable them to participate in decision-making process in the public sectors at all levels. Honorable members, distinguished participants, this meeting could not have come at a better time as it trust is on the use of social media to enhance women's political participation as one of the cure to some of these challenges presented in the above submission. Media in general plays a very important role in disseminating information in society and can help to shape citizen opinion, views, action on any subject matter. However, it goes without saying that limited or biased media reporting can affect career prospects of women in politics if it continues unchecked. Allow me to quote a UN Women article on media, women leadership, and political participation, which states, I quote, "While ideally the media should strive for accuracy and impartiality, in reality, there are often imbalance in coverage, including in terms of women and their perspective. Women politicians, for example, may be underrepresented in news before and after election," unquote. In order to increase the visibility and widen the coverage of women in the mainstream media and effectively deal with negative stereotypes and response on social media, women candidate needs to be trained in dealing with the media. I would like to appreciate SADC-PF Secretariat for putting this meeting together at such an opportune time, which helps women parliamentarians to keep abreast with emerging political campaign trends. Honorable members, distinguished participants, I do not wish to steal the show, nor to be the fundee in the subject matter. Suffice to say that the board objective of this training is to give requisite skill to women parliamentarians on the use of social media to effectively participate in political space. To our esteemed resource person, it is our expectation that you would walk us through the positive and risk that come with the use of social media and how the risk can be managed. It is also our expectation that we would be exposed to various types of social media and how to use them. Ultimately, we expect to leave this meeting well armed for political participation through the use of social media tools, as some of us will be battling over political space with our male counterpart in the coming election. Honorable members, this is an extremely important training, which I believe has a massive potential to ignite and equip any MP, in spite of their background, into effectively participating in political space. I can attest to the fact that many of us here may not be familiar with the effective use of social media to advance political participation. I therefore urge you, fellow parliamentarians, to take this opportunity to learn, internalize issues, and actively participate during the course of this training, bearing in mind that we should come up with emphatic resolution to advance women political participation at the end of this meeting. As I round off my remarks, let me welcome you all once again to this important meeting, allowing me to say to all our esteemed resource persons, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And we all know that the first step of a child is not the biggest and fastest. So let us take it easy in all tolerance and patience when using technical jargons, and make sure no one is left behind in this capacity development. I thank you for your attention. Let me now ask our secretary to take us through the minutes. Can we have the minutes on the screen, please? As we wait for the minutes to be portrayed on the screen, those of you who can get hold of the minutes from the WhatsApp that was circulated, you can start going through it, please.
My apology for the technical hitch. I now take you through the minutes of the meeting of the RWPC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus held on 28th November 2022 under the theme Consolidating Democracy by Bringing the Parliament to the People. Members present were Honorable Regina Esperon, MP, as the chairperson, Honorable Ramarosa Emmeline Takatobe from Madagascar, the vice chairperson, Honorable Anne Mary Bilambagu, GRC, Honorable Senator Princess Pumulele Dlamini, Eswatini, Honorable Bosisiwe Dlamini, Eswatini, Honorable Res B. Gadamba, Malawi, Honorable Rachel Zulu, Malawi, Honorable Mary Genevieve Angwetil, Mauritius. There were no apologies received in the meeting. We also had officials in the meeting, Ms. Boyema Sekoma, Secretary General, Ms. Clem Sonda, Director, Corporate Governance, Ms. Yapoka Mungadi, Director, Administration, Finance and Human Resources, Mr. Sheune Nukurasha, Program Manager, DGHR, Mr. Ronald Winder, Webmaster, Ms. Paulina Kangwijivi, Assistant Procedural Officer and Coordinator, Dr. Karina Talakim, Committee Secretary, Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, Ms. Sharon Nirongo, Committee Secretary, Fundry, Ms. Betty Zulu, Committee Secretary, Gayward, and Ms. Vivici Muzeke, Moderator. Resource persons were Ms. Maureen Shonke, UN Women, East and Southern Africa Region Office, Ms. Fadzaid Traguno, Women and Law in Southern Africa, Loveness Muzuri Rosaria Memorial Trust, Natasha Seketa, SAT Zambia, Ms. Namata Mildred Pumulo, Sakavila, SADC Secretariat Gender Unit, Southern Africa Research and Documentation Center, International IDEA, Ms. Tebo Mohlai, SAT Lesotho, and Mr. Fadzwa Mropa, Gender Expert. The meeting was called to order at 900 hours. Item 1.0, adoption of the agenda. On the proposal by Honorable Rachel Zulu.
Excuse me, we will go through it, to the minutes. We won't read it through, we won't read it line by line, and then we go back for materializing. On item 1.1, 1.0.
Honorable, on the proposal by Honorable Rachel Zulu and duly seconded by Honorable Rama Rosa, the agenda of the meeting was adopted as follows: credentials and apologies, adoption of the agenda, opening remarks by the chairperson, consideration and adoption of minutes of the previous meeting, matters arising, consideration of citizen representations, consideration of themes dealt with through partner presentations, deliberations by members on issues raised and recommendations, resolution of the caucus to the 52nd plenary assembly, any other business, closing remarks by the vice chairperson.
Chair. Through the
Yes.
chair.
Yes, Honorable Princess.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is the right time or do we wait at the end, because Zambia did attend, but was never captured, because this was a virtual meeting, if I'm corrected, and Zambia came after the introduction has been done. I don't know whether we'll add.
We will take it in materializing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So we move down to 2.0.
Opening remarks by the chairperson. In her remarks, the chairperson, Honorable Regina Esperano MP, welcomed everyone to the meeting, which was being held under the theme, Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliament to the People. The chairperson expressed gratitude to all present for attending the meeting and to the SADC PF for providing the caucus with the necessary support to ensure that the meeting takes place. The chairperson indicated that meetings of the caucus are very important, as it is through them that the goals of the organization are concretized. She pointed out that the agenda for the meeting was particularly important, as it aimed at promoting participatory democracy through interaction between parliamentarians and the citizens. The chairperson also reminded the members that they should be cognizant of the fact that the meeting was being held against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, had implications for enabling the understanding of how the pandemic and other times of uncertainty or turmoil affect the global economy, and particularly the participation of women in various aspects of their social and economic lives. Honorable Esperon stated that the meeting offered parliamentarians as decision makers an opportunity to offer viable solutions to challenges that affect women's empowerment and their participation in matters that affect their lives in general. She added that the agenda had been thoughtfully crafted to ensure that the parliamentarians engaged with the citizens on a diversity of issues, among them the following topical issues. 1, women empowerment during inflationary times. 2, how women are vulnerable and marginalized in times of economic crisis. 3, difficulties for women on the labor market during financial turmoil. In conclusion, the chairperson stated that the meeting provided an avenue to deepen interaction between parliamentarians and citizens through their various representations on matters that were of great importance in the region. The chairperson therefore invited the members to pay particular attention to the presentations on the thematic areas mentioned above and called for open dialogue that would enable the caucus achieve the goals of the meeting and the institution at large. The chairperson also invited the citizens to feel free and give as much information as they possibly could within the limited available time. 3.0. Review of minutes of the meeting.
Senhora Presidente, por favor. Ia fazer lei. Eu peço imensas desculpas, mas eu gostaria de sugerir uma forma mais célere de abordarmos esta ata. Até onde eu sei, todos nós recebemos as atas com bastante antecedência e tivemos oportunidade de fazer a leitura. Me parece que seria melhor irmos vendo quem tem ponto a ponto, quem tem alguma coisa a sugerir ou a propor alguma alteração, que é para corrermos, ficarmos aqui a ler, como a nossa secretária está a fazer, a ler a ata toda, nós vamos perder tempo e se calhar não vamos ter tempo para abordarmos as outras questões com maior profundidade. Muito obrigada e peço mais uma vez as minhas desculpas.
Thank you for your intervention. So we will only mention the line, and then if you have anything, you would say, and then we go through the minutes, and then we will take materializing. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Item 3, review of minutes of the meeting for the RWPC held on the 25th of April, 2022.
Can we move to 4.0?
Matters arising.
5.0.
Summary of presentation from citizens, representatives, and partners.
Any comments? 6.0.
Conclusion and resolutions. Closing remarks by the chairperson.
Any comments? So do we get someone to adopt the minutes, please? And then we will take materializing. Can we get a proposition for us to adopt the minutes, please? Thank you, madam, from Malawi. Can you have a seconder? Mauritius has seconded. Okay, thank you. The minutes has been adopted. So now we will take materializing. Do we have any correction for members present? I know Honorable Kasune was pointing out that Zambia was present for the meeting, but it's not on the list. Can we have a correction, please? Yes, sir. Honorable, it's
Ye-
okay?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. The minutes are not indicating as to where the meeting took place, but I picked up that it was a visual meeting.
It was a
Are we
virtual
not
meeting, yes.
supposed to indicate as such? So that at least we know why it's not indicating the venue specifically?
Yes, you are right. It was a
Good.
virtual meeting.
Yeah.
We would make this correction. Thank you.
And then again, under apology, I know Namibia did not attend, but we tender our apologies. And it's not indicated as such. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, madam, your point has been noted. We had a hand on from Seychelles. No? Okay. Can we move on? One point zero. Any matter arising? No? 2.0. Three point zero. Five point zero. Six point zero. Matter arising. Yes, Honorable from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the colleagues. Madam Chair, on 6.0, firstly, I would like to make a proposal on the issue of matters arising. Because when we resolved in the previous meeting, we resolved for everything that we have deliberated upon and got into the conclusion of saying this must be implemented. When we come back from the Secretariat, we should have responses to the resolutions presented. So when you call for matters arising, my proposal, Madam Chair, is that from your side, firstly, we should also have matters arising to say 6 point Roman figure I, 50-50 gender parity has been implemented with this country, that country, and that country. Country DEF is on this, is doing this process. Country Z is refusing to implement. So I want to make that proposal as Secretary General, because we shouldn't be sitting for the sake of sitting and resolve. And then in the next meeting, we do not revisit our resolutions in terms of progress. That's where we should be. Now, the next question would be, because we do not have that status of our resolutions, the next question on 6.0 for me, in all the resolutions that we've made, from Roman figure 1 up to the last one, how far are we with those resolutions? Which countries have implemented? Which countries are undergoing some transition in order to make sure that that which the SADC has decided upon, especially from the protocols, the SADC protocols, which country is refusing to implement such? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam from South Africa. Your point has been duly noted. maybe we would consider this to improve our minutes in future. Maybe we can have a column for action, for you to be able to see what action has been taken from that meeting during that time to the next meeting. Point noted, Madam Secretary. And I will ask the SG, you have any comments on this point, please?
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you for the intervention, South Africa. Indeed, that is the procedure, that when we come back, we actually look at matters arising that the committee has tasked itself to do. However, without deflecting from this valuable input, which will be implemented, I wish to note that this report was tabled before the plenary assembly as a recommendation, and therefore your recommendations were tabled before the plenary assembly. The expectation is that during the plenary assembly, we'll receive country reports. When we go through the recommendations, just to highlight, the first one is about member parliaments to continue to implement the gender protocol. Members will recall that those who have, Namibia had a training on the gender protocol, Seychelles did. I can't remember other countries, but we've been having country trainings which are implemented in collaboration with the SADC Secretariat to ensure that we push on the SADC protocol. I know South Africa also had a training. These were also being reported at the level of summit of his stories in the DRC, and they are continuing. When we look at Roman numeral 2, that one refers to member states. And I think the report will come to the plenary assembly in terms of what has happened in those member states, in the SADC member states, to ensure that we comply. Related to the other ones, I believe that I would say the same thing. We're expecting country reports from each country at the plenary assembly to basically tell us what has been implemented. The procedure, Chair, is that when these recommendations find their way to the plenary assembly, they're tabled and it's resolved. We compile, what is it called? Is it a Hansard? What do we call it? Yeah, we compile all we send them to each parliament and for parliaments to respond. I therefore wish to encourage honorable members that at the committee level, you feed into the report of the country so that when the honorable speaker or whoever, the leader of delegation presents the report, that it is conclusive in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SG, for your clarification. So we move down on 6.0. Yes, Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would just like to find out on the issuing of the minutes, the time frame, because unfortunately, in most cases, you get the minutes the night before the meeting. So I don't know the rules on the submission of the minutes, so that at least if we could have received these minutes in advance, we could have also familiarized ourselves as to what were the resolutions that were expected from countries to present to this meeting. So in general, SG, the minutes in general, unfortunately, we are not getting them on time. So then I thought probably it would be better if we familiarize ourselves with the minutes before the meeting. It's just an appeal.
Thank you. Your point has been noted, but I can tell you that we had a problem with the committee secretary because we were short of committee secretary. Maybe this is why the minutes have come out late. But with the new secretary now, we hope that this can be improved. Thank you. So any other matter arising? Yes, do you want to comment on this?
No, thank you, Chair, for that recognition. Honourable members, I need to check when the minutes were sent to Parliament. When you receive the minutes
when you are here, it is because the Secretariat has created a WhatsApp group. And we are aware that members don't bring the minutes because we are paperless. So the assumption from our end is that your parliaments have shared the minutes with you as we communicate with the Office of the Clerk. And there's no other formal communication except through the Office of the Clerk. And the structure of the forum is such that we have desk officers, the SADC-PF desk officers. Where we sit, we believe that they are the ones communicating on our behalf internally with Parliament. And that before you come to the SADC-PF, before you agree even to accept a ticket, I think the right thing to do is to demand what is the content that has been discussed and where are the minutes. Because it is the role of the desk officers and we can only communicate through Parliament. When we realize that some members come to us, where are the minutes, we then decide to post on your WhatsApp group. But it does not mean that that is the time you are receiving the minutes. On a related matter, as you are aware, honorable members, you have 7 committees. There are no resources, you only have 1 committee secretary to do the job. That is why you see new faces. You had second staff whose term has ended. The executive committee has made an appeal to Parliament to second because there's been an agreement to freeze the level of the subscription so far. And therefore, we are struggling. We are struggling to divide the work and be able to still deliver. And I believe that at this rate, we've tried our best. But what we need to also look at is the internal mechanisms that support the SADC-PF in our individual parliaments. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SG. Any other matter arising? Can we move down? I think the next item is closing remarks by the chairperson. I think it should not be 10, there should be a correction here. It's 10.0, I think from 6.0, it should be corrected, maybe it should be 7.0 instead of 10.0. Can you have this correction? Any matter arising on this one? Silence means everything is okay. Okay, thank you. Can we adopt the minutes, please? Thank you. So the minutes have been adopted with correction. How can we have the secretary to guide us on the next point on the agenda, please? So we will go to the presentations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Allow me to introduce our resource persons from the Southern Africa Youth Forum. In the room, we have Mishek Gondo, who is a published author, a researcher, and a digital technology enthusiast. He's an alumni with Digital Security Africa, a trainer of trainer with Digital Defenders Partnership. He sits in the Dengue International Advisory Body to fight neglected tropical diseases and sits in the Global Coalition for Youth, Peace and Security Steering Committee, a UN CSO's initiative to advance peace and security. Mishek sits in the United Nations Country Humanitarian Committee for Zimbabwe. He sits in the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission under the special interest groups, the Zimbabwe Anti-Corruption Commission, Subcommittee for Political Inclusion, and he is the regional coordinator for SADC Youth Forum. He has won several awards in the region. He has won several awards, which include Communicator of the Year, Global Speak Champion, Men as Role Model Award, Shamariewa's Manaskana and Australia Embassy in Zimbabwe, Youth Mentor Award, and part of 100 most influential Zimbabweans under the age of 40 list 2018 to 2022. Mishek is a holder of several qualifications, including master's degree in international relations, master's degree in international law, master class in finance, and among others. I would also like to introduce Mwila Crisedi Wanga, who is an optimistic and visionary leader that is passionate about building the leaders we need for Africa we want. Harnessing 8 years worth of experience in the leadership and governance development space across the continent. He is a social entrepreneur, an award-winning governance expert, award-winning author, international speaker and executive director at Be Relevant Africa. Mwila holds a degree in politics and international relations from the University of Lusaka. He is a member of the Southern African Youth Forum and the current Zambian youth representative at the Commonwealth Youth Council. Honorable members, these are the credentials of our resource persons who will take us through the training on leveraging social media to advance women political participation in the SADC regions. I thank you.
The Secretary General, Her Excellency Boma Sekigoma, the Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Aspron, I'm not sure if I pronounce it well, Honorable, the committee, the honorable members of Parliament from different member states, the committee clerk, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow facilitator, Mr. Mwila Banga. It is actually a privilege to present before you today with the focus on social media. And indeed, I'm going to start by going a bit from the formal procedure that we have been doing now to the part of what I can refer as an interaction with regard to the social media and how it can assist the region, the women, and the parliamentarians. This is going to be an interactive session. And I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, to participate, to give information as you can, and also to ask questions, because what we want to do is to make sure that whatever impact that we are going to do is going to transform our communities, but using one of other aspects that has been introduced because of the Industrial Revolution. I understand that in our lives, we are living different lives. And one of them is the ordinary lives that the Lord has given us. But within that, those lives, there is an economic life. There is a political life. There is a social life. There is a psychological life. There is also environmental life. But the Industrial Revolution has also brought us the digital life, which we can't do without. They usually say there is no positive ignorance. There is no positive price for ignorance. So if you are not aware of your digital life, there are surprises that comes through in our work. But if you know of your digital life, you can be able also to transform your communities. So let me start, honorable members. Allow me to start by going through the objectives of this training, which is usually given in 3 days, but we are consolidating it so that we finish at least we touch critical areas and critical issues. The first objective of this training is to build the capacity of female MPs, how to utilize social media and related ICT tools. The second objective is to understand the power of social media in advancing women's participation in politics in the SADC region, but also to learn how to effectively use social media and increase visibility and influence. Because in the work that we do, influence is one of the critical or fundamental factors as far as even achieving our objectives at community, at regional, even at country level. To develop strategies on leveraging on social media, engage with constituency and promote also gender equality. This can be brought through the digital space, and to understand how to effectively formulate, it might be the messages, how to engage, understand digital security, knowledge how to tell the compelling stories. So these are the objectives in general of different modules that we have that we are going to compress. So before I go forward, there is what we call the scanning analysis. We want to scan and understand in the room the different social media that we understand, so that this will inform us in terms of to what extent we are also going to be using case study. And why I'm happy, because some case studies are seated with us right here. So there are some honorable members that are going to be also case studied on the work that they are doing also on the social media. So this also will help us in terms of identifying the areas that we need to assist. This training will go ahead, but after the training, we are available to assist each and every member to make sure that we run effective social media accounts. We are facing challenges in terms of cyberbullying on our social media. We are facing challenges like intrusion. We also go basic concepts in terms of how we can avoid that, so that at least we reduce those issues. So let me start by, without wasting much time, as I've mentioned, that I will also humbly require your participation as well. Just to have a scan analysis of currently which social media tools are we using as the honorable members. Allow me to pose that question to your attention. So you can just unmute. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you. So you want us to name some of the social media?
Yes, sure.
Okay, not that I use it. There's the current one is TikTok. There's Snapchat or Snapchat.
Yes.
The old Instagram, there is Twitter, and there is Wimbledon or something like that. And of course, Facebook is more common, I think.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you can see that Twitter is more like official. Facebook maybe has a little bit of more following and more social and things like that. Those are the few, and Instagram.
If I may ask you quickly, which ones of those are you currently using?
And then there's YouTube as well. As well, I do have Facebook is what I use every day. Then I have now done a little bit more on Twitter just because it's more of a serious, like you find UN, Human, the SADC PF and things like that. And then Snapchat.
I've taken note of the word serious there.
Yeah, because I think Facebook can have a little bit of a social side to it.
Thank you.
Then Instagram as well. But
Thank
I can
you.
do more.
Thank you, Honorable Kasune. Anyone? Honorable from Tanzania.
Any other contribution from the floor? Yes, Honorable Shali.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. WhatsApp. I mean, together with what she had mentioned, there's also WhatsApp, which is used almost by everyone. And that is the one I'm using because it's easy and fast and everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will take the last one through the chair.
Yeah, you may proceed. Okay. From Zambia. Namibia.
Ok, merci pour la parole. Moi, j'utilise les WhatsApp. Avec les WhatsApp, je suis capable d'atteindre les milieux de mes électeurs. Et s'il y a un message qu'on peut faire communiquer, qu'on peut faire passer, à partir de WhatsApp, au moins toute la base est informée de l'action au même moment. Donc, ce sont les outils vraiment qui nous aident à pouvoir garder contact avec nos bases, à pouvoir travailler même à partir de téléphone, à partir de WhatsApp. Donc, on arrive à atteindre tous nos électeurs. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the contributions. And indeed, those are some of the social media that we have. So I have some of them that will also show practically. Some of the social media we have heard of Twitter. It has been talked about. We talk about it. We have the Facebook. Those are two common in terms of the tools that we use, the social media that we have. We have the Instagram. Some of us, we use that, especially when we want to showcase our work in terms of pictures, in terms of traceable work, in terms of pictures. We'll talk about that. We've got the WhatsApp. I think this is common as well. And it comes in its various forms. It can be the regional WhatsApp, it can be the GB, there are other forms. We'll also talk about that. We've got the YouTube. For those that wants to make sure that they store their videos, their short videos, their long videos, and the work that they're doing in communities. We heard of the Snapchat. We'll also talk about that. We have the Weibo, we have the Vine, we have the Reddit, we have the Tumblr, the Google Plus, which of course other social media. We also have the Blue Sky. So the Blue Sky is trying to come to challenge the Twitter. You know, there's the same founder of Twitter, before it was sold, he has now come with another software and is trying to put to the market the Blue Sky. So thank you for your contributions with regard to different types of social media that you are using. This is very important to us as we move to the next stages, because in general, we are able to understand that what platforms are the honorable members using, and to what extent they can also be introduced to other platforms as well. So that is very important. So as I've mentioned in the beginning, this is an introductory session. The introductory session, the purpose is just to collect the information from you so that whatever that we are going to be talking about is going to be informed to some of the issues that you have said. In every training, you can't just train any people without needs assessment, because what you find out yourself, you train people or you capacitate people of the things that they have strength on. Maybe people, they've got challenges with regard to their regaining their accounts. Some, if you are going to do in the next few minutes, you are going to do digital tracking as a case study. Some you might find out that maybe your Twitter account, you've got 10 other people operating it. Maybe in the last years, you opened about 7 accounts, but you don't know how to deal with them or to link them or to delink them. Or they've been hacked. Some, they are now using your identity. And you are busy in the community saying you are doing great work, while someone is actually communicating a different scenario in the community to say, this is what Honorable is doing. So this is very important. That's why we are saying we are living a digital life. Apart from economic, social life, political, psychological, there is importance to know that we are living also a digital life. And this digital life needs also what is called a digital well-being. If you don't take care of yourself, for example, if you're Honorable Mohad, my right honorable, if you don't take care of yourself digitally or someone managing you, it's the same way you are not taking of yourself with regard to your physical health. So also there's digital illness. So that's what also we identify and also able to see how best can we rectify the issue of digital illness. So our first case study in this introductory session is the SADC PF digital footprint. So we are all under SADC PF. SADC PF, we know SADC PF, but we just want to understand what people are saying, what SADC PF has been doing in this introductory session with regard to their social media before we go to the next training of concepts, understanding, and other things. So that's our first case study. Then the second case study is going to come from one of our honorable members to track. So one thing that also I want to highlight is, before we go, why it is important to monitor your social media. We also highlight it in the future. Sometimes you think you are doing great work, but the great work is being overcome by what is said on the digital footprint. You are doing great work. People in your community are celebrating you, but internationally, people, they are saying, oh, this is a violator of human rights, because someone has decided to come out with news just about you, honorable, just talking about yourself, to say she's doing bad, she's doing bad. So those are the issues that will be congested through software if people search about you. So what do you need to do? We are going to talk about it. How do you make sure that content is removed? Because every content that is online can be removed. And that's what we call digital wellness. So our first case study, we are going to go we are going to go to SADC, to SADC PF. Thank you. Allow me just to share. I'm sure we are able to, the first stage, we also go to other. We also want to understand which social media collated together through the Google Plus tool, collated together, which also tools that SADC PF. If you are able to see on the screen, we also need to upload, I'm not sure where is Ronald. I'm seeing a 5-star here, which is something, a ranking that is given first thing that we'll see, this is called authentication. Authentication comes in various forms. It might be verification now. It might be people reviewing that this is a legitimate institution. So as you are just going to this page, you are seeing that the SADC Parliamentary Forum, it have got a 5.0 or a 5-star review ranking, which is very positive in terms of digital footprint. Then the first part, it's showcasing its website, what it does. There's also an aspect of the brief history of SADC PF, the contractors, the executive committee, the SADC Parliamentary Forum Twitter. We'll come back on this one. Actually, it was a reference to say we're congratulating you that there's a 5-star ranking on the website. The review, which is a sign of positive review from the people that come. So we are reviewing, we are using SADC PF as a ranking to say, as a case study, to see how can we analyze your digital footprint. Thank you very much. So before we go to the Twitter, if we go, we realize that there are other information that is there. Already we are seeing that SADC PF is on Facebook, and LinkedIn is on Twitter. We haven't answered yet the question whether these are active. This is just a review. And what we are going also to go to the next step of saying what people are saying about SADC. That's also very important in our training. What people are saying about you, right? We'll come back to the aspect of Twitter. I want to jump to the people. People, when we are talking of people with regard to digital footprint or digital media, people, they use different search engines. One of them is Google, some of them Topola, to find information that they want. Some of them, they also use softwares that I'm going to show you in the next 5 to so minutes. So when they are searching about you, they've got different interests. But this is stored under your digital footprint. So if it is honorable princess, they would want to know the work, some they will come. For example, here, the searches that we are finding here, and it's about 6,000. People are searching, Your Excellency, people are searching who is the Secretary General of SADC PF. So on the ranking matrix, about 6,000. But you will find out that some people can also create content to write wrong information. They might even write a wrong person that does the Secretary General to just divert the attention. So the importance of tracking and monitoring social media accounts is to make sure that you go and correct that information. If there is a wrong source, there are steps that will also assist each other to make sure that you report those and they are removed. They are removed within 3 to 7 days. So that some people can even create a website or a Twitter account about SADC PF without you knowing. They put a software that the SADC PF and the people that are key that runs, they will not see it, but other people will see it. So if we are allow me to click where it is said who is the Secretary General. This is just a school. If there's going to be a different name, it's not the issue of the facilitators. Can I take a disclaimer? Thank you very much, if I'm allowed. So I'm going to click there. Wow. Ms. Boma Sekigoma is the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which is an apex interparliamentary organization of Southern Africa region, that region's parliament, right? And other articles and other things that are coming, which means here, if we are assessing digital footprint, we know that if we go down and we are not seeing anyone again talking about the different Secretary General, because it must be clearly shown that this is the information that we have. So that's another aspect of tracing the digital footprint. We want to go, everything is consolidated together. We want to go to SADC PF Twitter. The SADC PF Twitter, we are going to use it as a case study as we go to other training. So I'm going to click on the Twitter. We want to see what will come out. Remember, I said, if the SADC PF Twitter is being used by many people, it has to show that there's another SADC PF, and then we need to take steps. So I'm going to click the Twitter. It must come out, change to the Twitter page. Right, here it is. We are now on the Twitter page. This is our Twitter account as honorable members. It's this is as an institution as well. You are seeing how it is there. Currently with 1.507 followers, a very it's increasing. We are seeing the description. The Southern Africa Development Community Parliamentary Forum SADC PF was established in 1997 according to Article 9.2 of the SADC Treaty. So if someone just come here, the person understands in brief what is this Twitter about. Please take note of that so that you start to check your Twitter account. If I go to your Twitter account, Honorable, right now, am I able to understand you in brief? Then if you go below, there is location. It's found in Namibia, Windhoek, and joined April 2009. Why the year here? It also assists us to trace the growth. To say from the first tweet, what have we done? What are we increasing in terms of reach? We'll talk about that in other aspects. Then you find out there's a website. So as honorable members and as individuals, you might not own a website, but a blog is free. Before you pay for a website, a blog is free. A blog is also secure because it's guaranteed by Google. And it was also steps to make it. So which means where there is code website there, are we seeing it? Where there is sadacpf.org, you can actually put your blog there, which means a person who can visit your Twitter account can able also to click your blog and see the work that you are doing in pictures, in articles, collated together through a blog. So this is easy because they want to understand, maybe you're a publisher, you are what? Because on Twitter, you will not be able to showcase most of your work that you are doing. So this digital advantage it gives us to consolidate, right? So one thing that also I want to mention about date of birth. Through settings, I think in the future, in the next module, we'll talk about that. You might not want to put your date of birth. You know, those date of birth, sometimes they are sacrosanct and sanctimonious. Some people, you know. So you just put, for example, like what here, born January 1. But because we don't know sometimes, we don't know where to set our date of birth are exposed. So we not know, sometimes we also expose maybe our location, right? That's where we see some people, they will call you. If you call me, I'm in South Africa, right? If I have a software, I will tell you, no, you are actually in Zambia. Because it communicates, right? So there are ways where you can manage your data without showing also your location. So this is the Twitter account for SADC PF. The recent tweet that has been made is 27 minutes ago. That's the recent tweet that has been made by So are we seeing it? So yes. So this is the tweet that has been made. Watch the statutory meeting, regional women parliamentary caucus on leveraging social media for women political participation, the SADC region, May 11, 2023. So this is called live tweeting. So people already are now seeing what we are doing. If you are in a community, if you are in a constituency with the internet, you are able to tell people this is, they can start to make comments. I think more of the things I will be touched on. How do we craft messages? How do we also make sure that we up to date with the things that we are doing. So if you look also on the Twitter account, if you look on the home, explore notifications, among other things on SADC PF, this is showing things that are related to the comments for SADC PF. So what I want you to do also, if you have Twitter account, you can take this as an example on your phones or your laptops to just go through this to say, this is where I want to improve. I want to put a blog there. I'm seeing already other members already that are linked to their social media handles. So these are different people that have been commenting on the post that have been made, and this comment is actually responding to the post that has been made. So the last part of this case study, apart from the Twitter, is to go to levels of ranking. When we are talking of levels of ranking, if you go below where it is called Google, there are about 7 items which are talking about SADC PF. So usually, the second one will be showing more of what SADC PF has been doing in terms of pictures or in terms of, but the last ones, they will be struggling to search. That's where we find mostly the negative things about a person or an institution, what we call fake news or disinformation. So we want to assess whether SADC PF on the 7 and 8 have got aspects, because they've got about 7, more than 7 actually, because there's next. The last part of it, that's where it is reviewed. So usually when we are doing this training, that's why we ask consent to use your page, because you want to do it yourself. Because at one point in time, we'll click at 7, then we see a link called Honorable, this killed a person. So that's disinformation that you need to assess when we are doing digital media. So we want to go to 2. So the second one is talking about SADC PF Twitter again, the presentation that has been made, SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC PF lobbies for its transition, I think, into a full parliament. SADC PF, allow me to ask SADC PF at 50. Is it 50 years now? Is that true? So we'll come back to that, because we are now seeking identities of disinformation. Parliament leads delegation to SADC PF, PF to develop SADC model law on GBV, SADC PF, SR. So this is the track of the work that we are doing. So it shows the intense work that we do as members. It shows what best are we doing in communities, how are we doing it as well in communities. Then let's jump to 7. So 7, usually, as I said, we are tracking for information that might not be very true. I'm not sure those who might have knowledge. Is SADC PF done with e-parliament and ICT-based legislation? So that's good. There's aspect of community insecurity. I think that one is. So the page 7, which means on SADC PF, our digital footprint is clean. And even the data, the corner data consolidation that I'm getting is also green, which means more of fake news. How is that done also? We are also going to be talking about, if you have got your website, we want to visit the website for SADC PF as the last part to see if it is a secure website. So if you have got a website or a blog, make sure that your website is secure. If your blog or your website is secure, anyone can able to easily hack it and post information on behalf of you. How best, honorable members, maybe I can also come to you through the chair. How best can we know that the website is secure through the chair? Just to find some knowledge. Anyone with any information? I can see honorable there.
Do we have any hands up?
How best can we see the website is secure or your blog? Okay, so thank you very much. So at least we are adding something. The first part is there is what is called the HTTPs. I think you have seen what is called HTTPs www. There are many websites that just start www, and maybe you find someone and just develop your website. It's not secured under the HTTPs. What it means is there are codings or coding that are happening. There are codings also that happens underground. That makes sure that the details that you provide, if someone comes, tries and try to crack that website, it gives reports to the service provider or to the server. And who is the server? It might be Google. And Google have got mechanism to detect spam, also to deal with what we call is malware. So make sure when you have these blogs or a website, they've got HTTPs. Then you saw them by slash, the colon //. Then the second one, if you go to the left bottom, if you may see my cursor here, there's a key there. There is a key at the top. This means that it's locked. If you find some websites, you see them with a lock that is opened. If you access those websites, there is a risk that your work can be hacked. Because the cookies that are put there, there are people that pushes traffic to that website so that whoever clicks that website, right? You might find yourself receiving some funny emails that you have won this in Borodale, you have won this in UK, send your papers. I'm sure some of us, you have made those. It's because of the links that we are clicking with unsecured platforms or unsecured websites. So look for that key as well. And mind you, let me remind you, every link that you click, it's documented under your page. We'll talk about that. So if we just go to your page, we see what you have done in the past year, what you have viewed. So if you lose your laptop now as an honorable member, and it landed to the people that want to expose you now, they will tell the public this is what honorable is watching. Because that history will be documented, everything that you have viewed, because maybe you don't have the capacity to go and clean it. And this workshop will assist us on how to clean that information. So that we don't operate with baggages. We have the right to watch whatever we want to watch. But after that, let's clean that. Because when you lose your phone, it must not be a headache. We are also going to talk about 3-tier system of securing your phone. When you lose it, the AMAI, how do you track it? How do you make sure that your social media, no one posts? If you just have that password with the 4 words and you lose your phone, and it's even a student can crack it. And then if you crack it, then you go to your Twitter account and start to post, ladies and gentlemen, I'm against the president. The person is tweeting and the president has been doing this. It's the president. The time where you say I'm ahead, the news have already written about the stories. So this is the last part of SADC PF. So my time is running up for the introductory. I'm going to the last part, which is the Honorable member, we are not going to do this scan. We are going to select specific aspects. Because for personnel is different from an organization. People, they don't target mostly organizations. But for personnel, there are a lot of things that are written about us that we don't know. But if we need assistance to show you what has been written about, today we are here. We'll show you some of the things that you are not even have not read, but have been written in your name through the tools. So what we are going to do is we want to go to one of us. So we are going to say, want to see on Twitter. We have removed everything. We collected the information, yes, we have it. But we want to be specific on social media accounts. We have also seen that, Honorable, you are on Facebook. We have seen that you are on Instagram. We are also on LinkedIn, but we have seen that your LinkedIn account is not active as expected. Is that true, Honorable? Your LinkedIn account is not active as expected. Yeah, we are just confirming so that we find the.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gondo. I've got a burning question
Yes.
before you move on. I don't know anything about Twitter, okay? But listening to you, I can see the risk. I know that all these digital platforms have the risk. But how would you know if I create a Twitter account? How would I know or recognize that somebody has hacked into my page and is posting on my behalf some unlawful article? How would I discover this?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was also going to be answered on digital security module, but I can just answer it in brief right now. So if someone hacked to your account, a hacker has hacked your Twitter account, what you need to do when you are opening an account, you must make sure, especially when you're an honorable member, you don't have any option, a 2 to 3 tier authentication system. You can't rely with one to say you have only a password, right? What are we talking about when you have a 2 to 3 tier authentication system? You link your Twitter account to your phone number. You are the only one who has that phone number if it's not stolen. But also if it is stolen, that phone has got also some passwords that the person cannot crack. You can only maybe format, which is an advantage because will not access. Maybe only the Twitter account has been hacked. But also you are linking your email, your Twitter account to biometrics. Or your email, you are linking your Twitter account. Biometrics, you are talking of maybe your face. It has been studied that there are features that cannot be similar, or the aspect of fingerprints as well, right? But the common one that are not complicated is your phone and your email. And your email, you must make sure, we are going to talk about that, you change your password each and every 6 months, right? If you want to be digitally healthy, right? So what you do is, if someone hacked you, there's a message that is sent to your email account. Are you hearing me? There is a message that is sent to your email account. That's why sometimes it's very important to check your emails and your spam. How many of us check their spam box often? Because that message might go to spam, but it's an important message. So a spam is part of digital healthiness. You are invited because someone has attached a link. Just attaching a link can cause an email to go to spam. Do you know that? A Zoom link. Because the cookies, that the codes, they can detect that this link might be dangerous. So let's shelve it. It's not that it's a spam. So you said, no, I did not see your email. No, I sent an email. I did not see it. So the same thing can happen when you are also, maybe you have notified that someone hacked in your account. You need to continuously check. So you click that link, then you start the process of recovering. If you link your Twitter account to phone number, that's the best. Because if someone tries to just go and change the password or to hack it, a message is sent right away. Which means you are now taking next steps. But in the next platform, we are also going to be describing how to recover accounts. how to recover them after being hacked. How do we recover them? What are the steps of recovering those accounts? So this is, I'm not sure, Honorable, but we are going to answer that also in the next.
Yes, it's a little bit clear. And what the question that will follow, sometimes when you open, you see, do you accept the cookies or not? In which circumstances
Right,
will I
that
accept
one
the
is part
cookies or
also
not?
of the digital security module. Let me also answer it. Please, there is a way of avoiding cookies. I know some of you end up accepting them because they'll cover your page and you don't know where to go. You don't even know where to go because they are saying it's, you know what the cookies do in the digital field. The cookies, they are like someone like a, what do you call them? What is called self-engineering, whereby they are trying to market themselves. So the people who develop some cookies which gives misinformation, they force you to accept them. While most of the cookies you are forced to accept, they are from hackers. Because an authenticated website should give you options whether to accept the cookies or not. But there are some cookies that comes on our screen, there's no a button to say, it's just there on the screen and you don't know where to go. And we are going to talk about how do you bypass that. You don't accept a cookie from an authenticated website, right? Also, there's an option not to accept any cookie at any time because you might accept it, because it must be your choice. So there's a way of making sure that you don't accept that. Because if you accept them, that's where you see on your phone, you are constantly now receiving updates. This thing has happened, there's a notification. Because you accepted that the cookies on the background, let me tell you, honorable members, maybe they will be having 200 other malwares under them. So when you accept them, you're accepting them to send newsletters, you're accepting them to send messages or notification when there's a change, you're accepting them to be invited to online events. So your phone becomes busy. What happened? Your phone becomes congested. When it is congested, you start to see it is now slow. How many cookies? We are also going to assist on how to make sure that we close the underground information on our phones, that they don't just constantly updating. Some softwares that we don't even know, they are called the razor blade. It's on your screen. But it's even eating your data. You put $5 and in 3 days it's done. And you are shouting to the service provider in your country that their data is not, it's no longer, the data is, you know what, they are stealing for me. Actually, you are stealing for yourself. Because you have allowed cookies, you have allowed software to run on underground. There's where you go and settings are closed. You only leave the softwares, Twitter, emails, that should run underground. Others, the background, you close them. So your data, you find out if you put $5, it will reach the end of the month. Honorable, is there any other follow-up question? Oh, thank you very much. So
Okay,
we are
thank
going to click the Twitter account for okay, want to share. Okay. Is the last part. Here is Honorable Princess. That's the Honorable Princess and her Twitter account, 1090. Joined in 2009. She's also following 258. She last posted 11 December 2022. So as we close, we'll also go ahead because of time. Want to hear from here. Why 11 December 2022? Through the chair. Yeah, maybe if you may say something to the.
I'm watching. So actually, I'm even tweeting right now on Static PF, but what ended up happening through the chair, there was a time I wanted to have access to phone easily. And somehow I recreated another account, which I only have 4 followers, actually, if not 9. And so I've ended up with 2 Twitter accounts. And yet, since I came to the SADC meeting in South Africa, your name again? Kurasha was like, Princess, I don't see you on, you're not present on the Twitter as you should be on social media. I said, no, I am. But I ended up using another Twitter account. So the question now to us who could have done that, how do we merge or how do we recapture the one I have more followers so that I continue tweeting? This is having too many accounts, and the same applies for my Facebook account.
Thank you very much, Honorable. That's what's going to happen to reclaim it in this meeting, so that you continue with the 1,000, with the 1,001. So thank you very much. My last words is, may I ask all members that are on Twitter, today, there's an assignment that we'll do at the end of the day. To tweet, whenever you tweet, can you put the hashtag SADCPF? There's going to be in the another module in terms of hashtag management. So we want to see track in terms of making impact. So thank you very much for this introductory session. First, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fonda, for this brilliant presentation and this journey you have taken us on how to use social media. I don't know if you would be the one presenting the other part.
The second one is
Mr.
Mwilabang.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Another round of applause for him, please. I would imagine when we leave this room today, we will all be creating a Twitter account for those like me that do not have one. I'm excited to get an account on Twitter. I don't know about you, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Shali.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Well, I'm as well excited, but then I'm thinking, how is it going to help me with my voters in the rural area? I can tweet with few people at this level, but maybe something which just kept me with Facebook is that a few of them can access. But now with Twitter, maybe I want to tell the world, maybe I want to share with you people. But what is very important to me is down there, my people. And maybe if SADC, maybe our forum can, can tell the other parliaments or the other governments to remove import duty from these phones, I mean, smartphones and what, so that it would be cheap for those, for everybody to get to own one. Otherwise, to me, I find as if it is a bother just showing up, I've done this and this, to people who are not even coming to vote for me. I'm sorry to say so.
Thank you, Honorable Shali. A very, very valid point, because if you want to reach out to the grassroots, something has to be done for you to reach out to the grassroots, because they are also voters. Maybe we could have a recommendation at the plenary, the MSG, to ask member countries to lobby our government to bring down the price of smartphones. Thank you.
The committee may wish to frame recommendations around that.
Yes, maybe at the end of the meeting today, we can frame it as a recommendation. Thank you, Honorable Shari. Do we have another hand up? Yes, Honorable Kasune.
Thank you, through the chair. The point that Honorable Shale raises is critical. However, if I may just add, you need different accounts to do different things. That is very critical. And I see the gentleman that is about to present nodding his head. So maybe he can walk us through that. Should I leave it there for you to maybe even give an expert response? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasune. So now we don't, if we don't have any other query from the floor, yes, we've got two hands. Honorable Bistoke. Can you use a microphone, please? Yes, because we have to remind you that we are streaming it live. So it has to be recorded. Honorable Bistoke, if you are next to a microphone, you can proceed while you're the honorable. Look for a microphone.
Thank you so much for having me in the meeting today as well. I wanted to request our experts to resource persons to respond to the question raised by Honorable on what are some of the ways we can manage content from SMS messages, which we can have on the ordinary little phones, and link that with Twitter. Because many people in rural communities might be on the small phone where you can do SMS, but might not be able to be on the sophisticated social media like Twitter. So maybe during the course of the training for you to also advise on how we can do linkages around platforms so that we reach rural communities, but also they're able to feed into the content on the other social media spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. We will have the opportunity to ask questions at the end of this presentation. Maybe if you have burning question, you can hold your thought until we finish with the presentation. We will go into break and then we'll come back so we can address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me to just appreciate what Mr. Gondo just did right now. And just to quickly get into our conversation, may I simply say all protocol be highly observed. Thank you so much, Mr. Gondo, for and maybe before I even start my presentation, I think 5 years ago, I received a call out and I was told to go to Lusaka Central Police. And I was told that you have been scamming people. You tell them to send you money, and then you tell them that you'll be able to get funds for order funds from China and then bring them over. But for the past few months, you have not been able to do that. So we're kindly asking that you come to Lusaka Central Police. And I was surprised because I have no idea about what it means to sell phones. I had no idea about how to order phones in China. So being a law-abiding citizen, I quickly rushed and I went to Lusaka Central Police. And as I got there, they showed the gentleman that, did the call out showed me I had a whole entire identity of myself on social media. So someone was using my identity to basically scam people, get money from them, and then tell them that I would deliver phones using my face, using my names and everything like that. And that is way before I understood the importance of digital wellness. So everything that Mr. Gondo said is something that we really have to take seriously. And after that, when they saw me, they understood that definitely Zictor came in and they saw that there's actually a gentleman who has actually been using other people's identities to scam people. So as honorable members, I think it's very important that we take the issue that Mr. Gondo raised very seriously. And in one way or another, it would also be important that if we have a Facebook account, we have a Twitter account, we have a LinkedIn account, we have an Instagram account, sometimes just take time to search your name. Either your full names as, Presence Kasumi or, Kurasha, just search your names. And you'll be surprised that probably your account is not the only existing account on social media. There are other kinds of accounts. There's an honorable member in my country who recently called me to his office and told me that I have over 10 accounts in my name and I don't even know what to do with them. And it becomes very difficult because the honorable member's original Facebook account is not even verified. So people will end up following different kinds of pages and they're wondering, why is the honorable member posting such things? The honorable member is posting about entertainment. The honorable member is posting a joke, they are sharing wrong things, and he told me, what can we do? And quickly we had to ensure that we get his account verified with a blue tick so that people are able to know that this is the actual account for the honorable member. So please, let us take what Mr. Gondo said very seriously. Now, I loved the question that came, and mainly that is some of the big issues that have been raised to say, what is the need of social media when I'm a rural member of parliament, when most likely the people within my community don't even have access to the internet? And the biggest problem I think we have had, especially for us as digital experts, is that we have limited digital presence to Twitter only. We think Twitter is the only space that we can actually reach our people. But as the honorable had also established, it's important that as honorable members, we also do a fact check within our locality. What are some of the platforms that we can use to access our people directly? You're going to understand that most likely in your community, maybe most people are more conversant with Facebook than other platforms. They have no need to use Instagram, because what's the point of posting pictures of rearing cattle on Instagram? So they will have no need of being on Twitter. What's the point of sending small messages when I can't even write my English properly, when the best I can speak is Swahili and Bemba and Tonga and Zizulu? So they won't see the need of some of those platforms. So it's important that we do a fact check. And one of the things when we talked about text messages, we actually forget that text messaging is actually also social media. So the use of text messages to access our people is also another platform that we can use in order to array our message. So honorable member, it's important that you do a particular fact check. But then again, in as much as we want to reach the rural community, I think the world has become too interconnected to a point that even when you go to a particular rural area where they don't have access to Facebook, they know what is happening in the urban territory, because there's a way that message is being trickled down to the grassroots level. So as I quickly get into my presentation, I have a particular slide that will answer that question that was raised by the honorable member. So I think Mr. Gondo talked about the modules that we are going to cover. But module 1 is the importance of us trying to understand what really is social media. And I know that many of us, we have labored to talk about the different platforms that we have, from Facebook to Twitter to all these other things. There was a time when using horses was the main thing. And when cars were invented or were innovated or came to be, many people, they looked at cars and they said, this has come to disrupt society. There was also a time when calculators came to be, and they said that these things will make people lazy. But in one way or another, we came to understand that calculators actually made life easier for us. Cars made life easier for us. In the very same vein, when social media was invented, there are many people, most of us, we said this thing has come to disrupt society. This thing has come to mess us up. This thing has come to completely create an environment for fake news, in as much that when we look at social media, there are so many disadvantages to it. But then again, there are so many advantages that social media has brought, that if you have to spend over $10,000 on doing billboards and doing posters for your campaigns, you can easily use social media to reach your people using less amounts of money. In the previous election we had in my country, in the 2021 election, social media played a magnificent role during the whole entire election, to a point that the voter turnout, ECZ was surprised by the voter turnout. Why? Social media did a magnificent role that use of traditional media could not actually do. But then everything that we do comes with advantages and disadvantages, and I'll delve into that conversation. Now, let me not delve into defining what social media is. I'm talking to honorable members. This is not a lecture theater. Mr. Kurasha would be in the best position actually to do such a thing. But right now, the only thing I can say is that social media is the platform through which we can network, either with ourselves, with our communities, and even with the grassroots level, in order for us to array our messages. Now, it's important to understand the different platforms that we have when it comes to social media and what they can actually do. So when we look at Facebook in general, now, Facebook is a platform that many of us use specifically for networking, that many of us use specifically for sending out news and messages and so on and so forth. But then again, we have also noticed that Facebook has also been used as a platform for fake news. And the question we should be asking ourselves is, how then do we curtail and curb fake news? And Facebook has actually been used as a platform to do such a thing. Now, when you come in my country, Zambia, one of the major platforms that many people are actually fond with is actually Facebook. So if you're a politician, it becomes very easy to send out your message if you utilize the power of Facebook in comparison to other platforms. Not to say that other platforms are not important. They are important. But you need to also understand, okay, in Tanzania, what is the major platform that many of our local communities are actually using? In South Africa, Twitter is most common. Let's see how best we can then use Twitter, to send out our message and so on and so forth. Now, allow me to just share something as I maybe show you what, let me take you through. So, okay. So this is I think that's me. I believe it's me. I believe it's me. So that is, I'm trying to show you just a different spectrum of how social media, Facebook intends and how it all looks like. And what's also important, especially for honorable members, branding is important. When people go to your platform, let them see a certain level of brand identity. One thing that inspired me about the liberation heroes we had is that they not only focus on advancing their presence within their local community of Zambia and so on, but Kenneth Kaunda's presence was across the region of Africa. Julius Nyerere's presence was across the region of Africa. Oliver Tambo's presence was across the region of Africa. So something applies with some of us. Yes, I'm saying some of us as if I'm an honorable member. Something applies with honorable members, that it's important that our presence inspires not only the constituents that we have in our community, but our presence also inspires people outside of our locality. Because I'll tell you the truth, your story is worth telling, and you might not know how you are going to inspire the next set of young people or the next generation with the story that you're telling. So when you set up your digital footprint, make sure your banner is on point. So this part here is what we call the banner. That's why you showcase what you do, who you are, and so on and so forth. I have 12,000 followers. I don't know if they like me or they don't. But what's important is that they are there. Now, the good part about Facebook, and that's why sometimes I advocate that political leaders, they utilize the power of Facebook, is that Facebook, you can target specifically the audience you want to reach. So let me show you how we do that. So let me get a particular post. Maybe recently I was launching my book. This is my father and I. Let me go here. There's what we call boosting posts. And sometimes they're not even that expensive. So when we go on this particular point, this is called the ad center. When we go here, you are able to specifically target the audience that you specifically want to reach. Because most of the time when you send out a post on Facebook or any other platform, it goes to everyone. But there are moments when you want to target your post specifically to someone. Now, this is how we do it. So when we go on, for some of us who have either pages or Facebook accounts, so when we click a particular post, there's something written boost posts. So when we go there, and when we scroll all the way down, we say people you choose through targeting. And when you go there, you edit. And now there we have it. So you can either target male or female, or you just want to target male alone, or in most cases, you want to target women alone. The age bracket, you might say, I want to target women from 35 to 55, or 35 to 65. You can increase the age range, it's up to you. So you see, I don't only want to target Zambia, I want to target the whole entire Africa. So you just simply type in, and there you have it. Save audience. So the information that I'm going to send out will be spread out across the whole, just a minute, okay, Africa. And you can do this specifically even for your campaigns. That if you're probably campaigning only in Johannesburg, you can specifically limit your content to only target the people within that particular sect. Now, this might call for a little bit of monies, but I mean, I'm talking to honorable members here. Now, you can either increase the range of how much you want. The more the money you spend on a particular ad, the more the outreach you also get to have. You can either increase this or you can either reduce this. So it's really up to you. $25 can basically do wonders. In $25, you will be able to reach not less than 27,000 people within a particular context and within a particular reach. And I'm pleading that we begin making use of some of these particular strategies in order for us to send out our messages. Now, the next platform I want us to look into is a platform called LinkedIn. Now, LinkedIn is an important platform, especially for honorable members of parliament, because LinkedIn has a way that Mr. Gondo talked about Google and algorithms. You don't need to really have a website in order for you to have a respectable digital footprint. LinkedIn can basically do the magic. So LinkedIn is your professional platform. And I would implore that many of us in this particular room, after we are done, will try by all means to see how best we can help each and everyone to establish a strong LinkedIn profile. So I'll just take you through my own LinkedIn profile. So you see the good part about LinkedIn profile is that it automatically provides you the about you bio. So that's about you. It's, you know, you tell people what you've done, who you are, and so on and so forth. It shows the number of followers that somebody has. And then it also now begins to bring out the experiences that someone holds. You know, so you put all your experiences there. So this is more like your digital CV if someone wants to know more about you. In case the United Nations wishes to get more information and more access about what you do, you'll be able, LinkedIn has the platform to be able to list out all those nitty-gritties right there. Your education is automatically listed, the voluntary work you have done. And the good part now about LinkedIn is that LinkedIn also has a segment which we call recommendations. Now here, as you can see, people have been able to say nice things about me, very professional, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. So same thing applies with all of us. The moment as an honorable member, you establish your LinkedIn profile, it becomes to provide the other platforms as usual that we all know. Before now, I quickly go to the other segment of the slide. We have Instagram, basically for pictures, WhatsApp, and the last one is just basically YouTube, basically for videos. Now, let's get into the nitty-gritties of what's more important here. What are some of the challenges of using social media? And the first challenge I want us to talk about is digital divide, which is a major thing that is really affecting the African continent and even the Southern African region. Limited access and low digital literacy in certain regions may hinder the effective utilization of social media advocacy. And at this moment in time, maybe through the chair, allow me to pause. And I'd like just to find out maybe how is it in our different localities and countries, how is this issue of digital divide affecting the extent to which we can send out information digitally? And what are some of the strategies that we can maybe propose in order for us to bridge the digital divide? I ask this question because COVID-19 really showed the importance of the internet, because all of us, we either started working remotely, conferences became virtual, and everything that we were doing was basically in the virtual world. So the question I would like to ask now is, how then can we curb this issue of the digital divide? In my book, which I recently launched in 2020, titled Decolonization, which was basically a blueprint of Africa's development after COVID-19. One of the things that I said is that the digital divide is one of Africa's pressing challenges, and the Southern African region is not an exception. Beyond economic and political liberation, we need to digitally liberate our people so as to bring them closer to the new demands of today's world. According to Broadband 2019, achieving universal internet access for Africa, it will cost about $100 billion. That is according to their research. But the question I want to ask before the House is, in your locality, with your experiences, how do you think we can curb digital divide? Through the chair.
The question is put to the floor. Yes, Honorable Kasune.
I want to monopolize, but it seems I'm the most digital person among my colleagues. Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether the digital divide is, it's a general term you have used. However, there are different facets to it. So one, there is a digital divide in the sense of age. You will find that those of us who are a little bit younger and who are even younger than us are going to be even on things like TikTok. You have correctly said Zambia is more Facebook user, and I found out that myself. But I've also noticed now they have gone into the TikTok, while I'm still attached to the more sending on the news feeder. So there are those divides that come with age. And then there's also the divide that come with urban and rural. That is the one that even Honorable Shelley was talking about. How do you make sure as a member of parliament know your constituency? Those in urban areas like Monali, for example, they're heavy users of the digital world. But in my constituency, which is one of the biggest rural constituencies in Zambia, I would rather do more of what you call WhatsApp groups. Those are going to reach them more. So I think there also lies the digital divide. And lastly, during elections in Zambia, well, I want to make an assumption that the powers that were then had actually locked us from accessing internet. But the opposition party then, which is now we, the ruling party, were able to decode that using, is it NP something?
VPN.
Yeah, whatever the name. And I've seen it that in other countries, like even when we go to Ethiopia, there is a way you may not speak on a certain, for example, on WhatsApp, but if you use VPN, then it allows you. So those are just some of the few contributions I can make on the digital divide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Any other contribution? Yes, Kurosha.
Chair, thank you very much. Please allow me to supplement on the point raised by Honorable Kasune, which is even more relevant for members of the RWPC. The biggest division with regard to the digital space is gender, because definitely there is a gender dimension. Remember that we have just Honorable Shale was talking about lobbying for removal of or granting tax rebates with regards to access to gadgets. That's economics. When women, the digital opportunities are coming to people who are traditionally disadvantaged in terms of economic means, may not be able to access the gadgets, means that it's only entrenches.
Yeah.
When you look at the infrastructure, when you talk about rural-urban divide, even that, the men and women are not necessarily affected in the same way. And it's important to keep the nuances, particularly for the RWPC, in terms of gender. To what extent does this affect women? That's why we are also, where there's opportunity, we also want to say, to what extent can women benefit in the midst of the disadvantages? Let's ride and leverage on the opportunities that are there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Kurasha. Yes, Honorable Shali.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to add on what Kurasha has just said, together with the women are the youth. With this problem of unemployment, majority of youth would prefer to have smartphone, so that they can access it, maybe to look for small business, online shopping, orders. They are doing a lot with these smartphones. So if one doesn't have it, feels like, he's missing life. And that is youth. Now being here, talking for youth and women, I think these things should be thought of, reducing the prices, if it is to talk with the Chinese or whoever is really selling this. But now it should be not something like owning one is to be very expensive or what, but let it be like a life issue. I mean, like water. I mean, let it be a right for everybody, especially youth and women. In the sustainable goals, I think there's one goal which talks about technology, women with technology and how to get out of the poverty. We're not going to technology. How are we going to access markets if not using these gadgets? Well, the rest can assist. May I submit?
Thank you, Honorable Shali. Yes, Honorable Nari.
Merci, Présidente, pour la parole. Pour emboîter les pas à mes prédécesseurs, au-delà des moyens financiers, nous devons nous rendre en évidence que au moins 70% de nos populations en Afrique sont des analphabètes. Donc, ils ne sont pas en mesure d'utiliser les Android. Ils peuvent à juste mesure peut-être acheter un petit téléphone, ne fût-ce que pour communiquer. Mais avoir un Android, c'est quand même un handicap par rapport aux moyens financiers. Ça, c'est la première chose. La deuxième chose, je voudrais suggérer qu'au niveau de la SADC, nous puissions en faire une obligation à proposer à nos pays respectifs pour que nos représentants au niveau de nos pays puissent obliger les sociétés de communication à pouvoir s'installer même dans les fins fonds de nos pays. Au-delà de ça aussi, il y a l'handicap énergie. Beaucoup de nos villages ne sont pas desservis en électricité. Donc, ils n'ont pas la possibilité à tout moment de pouvoir charger leur téléphone. C'est encore un handicap. Donc, c'est un dossier que nous devons prendre à bras le corps au niveau de la SADC et essayer de proposer dans nos pays ce qu'il faille faire pour que nos populations aient accès au fait aux Android. C'est vraiment un handicap. Et même l'handicap de non-instruction de nos populations. La maman au niveau du village peut avoir le téléphone, mais elle ne sait pas comment manier, elle ne sait pas comment utiliser pour communiquer sur WhatsApp, sur Instagram, ainsi de suite. Donc, pour l'instant, il n'y a qu'une petite portion des gens instruits qui peuvent avoir accès aux Android, donc smartphone, comme vous le dites. Donc, nous devons bien réfléchir. Je propose que nos experts en la matière puissent proposer l'incide dont nous allons proposer en fait de manière officielle à nos pays respectifs pour qu'ils prennent ça vraiment à bras le corps, essayer d'influencer en fait les sociétés de communication, essayer d'influencer les vendeurs des Android ou smartphones pour permettre en fait à nos populations d'accéder à ces instruments de communication qui restent incontournables en rapport avec la modernisation. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Marie. We have another hands up here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is just a comment to supplement to what the previous speakers have already spoken. When we are lobbying for the reduction in the prices of smartphones, I also want to bring to your attention that the prices for airtime is different in our African countries. Some countries are very expensive than the other. So I wanted us to lobby that we normalize the prices so that our people should be able to buy and use their phones efficiently. Because some people have their phones, but because of the prices, they are very limited to use it. I submit, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam. This will come out as a recommendation along with the other that was proposed. But before I give the floor to the presenter, you know, by listening to the presentation, there's this thing about TikTok. The question was, how do we curb the digital divide? This thing about TikTok, I thought TikTok was only some fascinating character to amuse people. But by listening to the presentation, I've seen that TikTok can be a way to pass on information to voters, can be used as a way to pass on information to voters. But before I was considering TikTok as only something for children, not serious. I take the last hand up here.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to tag on to the lady, who spoke last about the expensive, tariffs. In my country, Zambia, you buy what do they call bundles for a month. And if you don't finish those bundles at the end of the month, you lose them. You have to buy again. And that makes it very expensive. Why shouldn't someone be able to use the bundles that they have purchased until they are finished, instead of, because these providers are kind of stealing our money in a very clever manner. We would like that we finish the bundles instead of them being curtailed and stolen by the providers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It's a very valid point, but I think these are regulations that we have to, these are regulations specific to service provider, but maybe when we go back home, we should lobby our service, the government to work alongside with service provider back home to be able to see how we can regulate this. Because I think it's a real problem, because even us coming to South Africa for session, we buy a SIM card, and when we go back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks time, when we come back, we have to replenish the amount because the amount on the card has already expired. Maybe we could lobby for a longer period of time that the amount on the phone, so either SMS or talk time could last for longer period instead of 2 weeks or 3 months. Okay, thank you. Back to the presenter now.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for your amazing feedback. I was given an opportunity that was last year. I was in Ghana. I was invited to speak on the possibility of making internet access a universal human right. And one of the things that I stated is that it's possible. If only we consolidate our efforts and we put our minds together to ensure that no person is left behind as regards internet access, it's very possible. Because I think we should start being a little bit more optimistic and start moving away from the idea that some of our rural communities might not have access to the internet, but we try by all means to see how best we can now start making that idea become more of a reality. You know, when I was coming here, I was reading a book by Andrew Sadanis, and he talked about how they wanted to create a pipeline, you know, between Zambia and Tanzania during the Kaunda regime. And the Kaunda regime and Nyerere, they requested, and President Nyerere, they requested for support from other factors who did not manage to come through, because the other factors said that the whole entire agenda or project would be too expensive and it would take long and so on and so forth. But President Kaunda and President Nyerere said, you know what, we shall still go ahead. And they tried by all means to mobilize resources, and they did what they wanted to do within a stipulated period of time. And that's what we can actually do only if we consolidate our efforts. So bridging the digital divide is possible only if we move with a consolidated agenda. The next challenge I want to talk about, which is very real now, is the challenge is online harassment and abuse. And I think this has really affected a lot of female politicians. There's a colleague of mine, you know, in West Africa. You know, recently she told me that she did not think of participating in the elections because she was seriously bullied, abused, and harassed online. And she felt as though the people could, and you know where the funny part about social media is, you're going to find that the people who actually abuse and harass people online are only a small community of people. But because they are so organized in their negativity, a person intends to even think as though the whole entire world is actually against me. So the question now, again, I want to pose before the House, through the chair, how can we curb this particular issue? As resource persons, we have our own technical solutions and our own technical recommendations. But one of the things I also just want to encourage every member who's in this particular room today is that this part in one way or another is a little bit inevitable when it comes to the field of politics. That's why I always encourage, every time I have an opportunity to build the capacity of honorable members on issues of digital literacy, I always take the time to tell them, get social media managers to manage your account and allow them to respond to certain amount of negativity that might actually come your way in one way or another, because this is a serious issue that is making many politicians, not only female, but even male, to just say, you know what, I think let me just leave this social media space and just maybe keep to myself, because I don't want to be consistently bullied. I don't want to be consistently harassed, even in the small little things, as the honorable member today failed to pronounce the word photosynthesis. And it now becomes a big issue on social media. The honorable member failed to pronounce the word. These are the MPs who was taken to parliament. They can't even pronounce words. When English is not even our first mother tongue, isn't it? So the question now I want to pose before the House is, how can we as honorable members, and maybe let me not pose, maybe out of, if you may, an experience, I can give my own personal experience. In 2021, I was privileged to run for Member of Parliament in Inchanga constituency. I was the youngest on the Copper Belt that ran for MP. And I came out third in a race of 5 candidates. And when I was running for office, I remember on social media, some of my fellow young people told me, young man, we can't vote for you. These are my fellow young people calling me young man. Young man, we can't vote for you. We can't send a fellow young man to parliament, because when we send you there, you now start walking with your shoulders high. You now start thinking you are above the cloud. You now start thinking, you know, it's all, you even now start telling us, you want to talk to me, talk to my secretary. Things will now change. When you're coming to us, you're kneeling, you're crawling, and you're pleading for our vote. No, we can't vote for you. The other person on social media went on to say, parliament is not for under 5. Automatically, you know, you go back. I remember, you know, I told my wife, I said, I think I'm wasting my time here. Let me just focus on other matters, you know. That is my own personal experience, but I still tried by all means to put myself together to soldier on, because I came to understand that the few people who actually harass political leaders on social media are only a small constituency. So you should never give up on your political vision and political ambition on the basis of a small constituency that do not speak to the larger constituency of people that will actually come out and vote for you. And do you know that some of those people who even harass honorable members, some of them are even hired guns. And some of them, you are going to find that it's one person with different accounts. And the only agenda that they have is to make sure that when honorable so-and-so posts my duty and agenda, that's how I get paid, is to do A, B, C, and D. Are there any experiences or personal stories in this room around online harassment through the chair?
So the question is put to you, honorable members. Any contribution from the floor? Yes, honorable. Can you use a mic, please? You can come to the middle row where there is a mic.
Oh, so the very front. Thank you very much to the presenter for speaking on this issue. I'd like to give my personal story because I believe you and I have the same story. I got elected to go into parliament at the age of 23, and I'm currently 27. And with that came the same bullying. But however, because we as women live in a very patriarchal world, it's not about what women bring to the table, but it's how we look. So they start comparing how you're dressed, if your dress is too tight, or if you have gained weight, meaning you are corrupt. But then also my personal story is that I recently had my first child. And when I decided to make it public, to celebrate, I got negative comments saying that why did I fall pregnant as if it's something that is a sin. It's not teenage pregnancy, but because women have such we are such targets in our communities. In fact, the majority of people who were doing it were our fellow women. I didn't really look at it from a point of discouragement, because what you actually do as a young person, I use social media on a daily basis. It's my daily bread. You tend to become more popular. So you take that negative content and use it in your favor. I believe even the first lady of our country, recently, she also came out on cyberbullying, and she made a video that went popular on how she took some of these attackers and put them on blast, talking about the experience of female politicians. So the first thing that you need to do is to identify, is it really worth fighting against? And to what extent does it affect your identity? Because with me, I was very much active on social media, and I have a very strong, dominant character. That bullying did not really hurt me, but then it only made my profile much more stronger, because then I started advocating for women's rights in safe delivery, women's rights in motherhood. I currently now have shifted from working mothers, talking about using my social media, using the trolls to advocate for how women struggle as mothers, as first-time mothers, and how we can deal with the daily challenges. So sometimes when something happens, look at how you can turn it into a positive issue. There is an old saying that says there is no such thing as bad press. You can only use it to your advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Any other contribution? Yes, MP from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. I've had several experiences in terms of the media
portrayment, comments. You speak in Parliament. There was a debate in terms of, men having several wives. And I stood up and made a comment in Parliament to say, but I think men should just stick to their wives, those that are married. And guess what? The headline the following morning was, one wife says in Paris, and everyone was like phoning me to say, who are you? Who are actually taking us to task to have just one wife and so on. So I think it also is to do with the media portrayment in terms of what women say. Because if it was a man who had said that, I don't think anything would have been said. But because it's a woman, the second one is also on issues that we raise in Parliament, several issues. You may have a follow-up in terms of every other media house wanting to know on what you have said and why you have said that. But if it's a man, no one forces them to ask them. So I think we should just stand up above all odds as women to speak and to portray and say out what we want to say and do the work that we want to do. I've had 5 terms in Parliament. And I think being there in Parliament, you should just interact with every other media house, be it social. I will take you back slightly on the linked. At the beginning, when I was on Facebook for the first time, then I saw a lot of followings, in terms of people wanting to follow me. I didn't really understand on why they would want to partner with me. But after some training, then I tagged and I follow us. And it really models you to put you into the limelight of who you are. And sometimes you say what you want to say and don't follow what they want you to say. A reaction to media might actually destroy you as well. So I think many times women politicians shy away from the media and shy away from all these social media because they have seen the negative part of it rather than the positive part of it. Thank you.
Yes, we'll take the last contribution. Honorable Marie.
Merci, Présidente, pour la parole. Je voudrais emboîter les pas à ma collègue qui vient de prendre la parole tout à l'heure. Tout en stigmatisant la dimension positive, il y a aussi la dimension négative. Je voudrais donner l'exemple de mon pays. Il y a 4 jours, un collègue a initié une loi sur la diminution de la dot. Cette loi-là a fait couler de l'encre dans mon pays. Dans un article, d'autres collègues ont proposé, et donc, à partir de maintenant, les hommes peuvent être autorisés à appliquer la polygamie. Étant donné qu'on propose la réduction de la dot, donc les hommes peuvent épouser plusieurs femmes. Mais comme nous ne sommes pas nombreuses dans notre assemblée, donc sur les 500 députés, nous ne sommes qu'à 60. Et déjà 60, il faut exclure celles qui ne sont pas présentes, notamment moi aussi, en tant que présidente du réseau des femmes parlementaires, je suis en dehors du pays, et mon bureau a essayé d'argumenter. Mais comme ils sont majoritaires, ils ont essayé de maintenir l'argument. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous avons fait? J'ai proposé à partir d'ici que le bureau de l'Assemblée nationale soit en contact avec les réseaux de femmes parlementaires qui sont au Sénat, de manière à ce que lorsque la loi va aller au niveau du Sénat, au Sénat, comme ils ne sont pas nombreux, donc les femmes vont s'organiser pour essayer de convaincre leurs pères masculins de manière à ce que cet article-là ne puisse pas passer. Et nous leur avions opposé un autre argument. Nous avons dit, mais comme vous voulez qu'on puisse institutionnaliser la polygamie, eh bien, la loi est opposable à tous. Et donc, nous aussi, nous proposons pour que vous acceptiez la polyandrie, si c'est possible. Et arrivé à ce niveau-là, il y a eu vraiment un débat houlé. Maintenant, dans tous les réseaux sociaux, c'est le débat qui alimente cette proposition de loi. Donc, c'est vous dire que tout en mettant en exergue la dimension positive plutôt des réseaux sociaux, il y a aussi la dimension négative. Et là, nous avons l'épine dans les pieds. Si nos collègues du Sénat n'arrivent pas à bloquer cette loi, ça sera difficile. Donc, c'est un article qui peut passer. Donc, nous avons du pain sur la planche parce que là, c'était le débat au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale. Maintenant, quand la loi va aller en commission, c'est au niveau de la commission que nous devons vraiment nous battre pour que cet article-là ne puisse pas passer. Je voulais en fait faire ressortir la dimension négative des réseaux sociaux. Donc, ma collègue qui m'a précédé tout à l'heure, qui a donné l'exemple avec celle de Zimbabwe, elle a totalement raison. Donc, c'est ça, on doit veiller au juste équilibre par rapport à ça. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Navi. Now we go back to the presenter for a wrap-up of this presentation, and then we will break for 40 and come back for a round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I think as we're about to quickly just wind up and get to the last challenge of social media, I'll be able to give you some recommendations that we can actually use to curtail online harassment and abuse. So as I was coming here, listen to me very attentively, because this is what will feed into the next point that I want to say. So as I was coming here, I flew first class, right? I flew what? First class. So I flew first class. And as I was flying first class, I received a call from the Republican president of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema. And then he told me to say, young man, I am proud of the works that you're doing. As the Zambian youth representative of the Commonwealth Youth Council, keep it up. So I said, thank you so much, Mr. President. So the gentleman that was sitting next to me, he said, wow, you talk to the president? I said, oh yes, on a daily basis. And then he responded and said, can I have your number? So I gave him my contact list and I told him, save my name as Mwila, the one who talks to the president. So he did as wise. Clap for me. I talked to the president. Ladies and gentlemen, I just told you a fake story which is completely made up. It's not real. And that is basically what happens on social media, right? There's a lot of fake news. There's a lot of things that are not authentic. There's a lot of things that even many people actually intend to have fake brands and identities on social media. They will lie that I did not fly first class when I came here. I flew economy. As a matter of fact, I sat on the middle. The president doesn't, I don't even know if the president knows me. But what's important is that because I can charmly put it right, it becomes very easy for certain people to be convinced that, this young man talks to the president, isn't it? But basically, the only thing that I have done is given you a fake story that you have easily bought into. And that is what happens on social media. There are so many people that will write fake stories about honorable members. And if you're not careful to filter some of that information, that is why Mr. Gondo talked about the need to consistently be checking our online platforms, because you're just going to see honorable so-and-so steals 5 chickens. Honorable so-and-so has been found in a financial scandal. And all that will be written on the basis of wanting to discredit, most likely, the amount of work that you're currently doing in your community or the amount of impact that you're bringing to the table. So fake news is something that has also been branded around social media. And we have to be very careful in trying to ensure that we curb the circulation of fake news. If you are online and you see an article, but you don't try, and you see a particular article that you'd like to share, ensure that you verify the article before you actually share it. Because like Mr. Gondo also talked about, through sharing of information that you do not know, that's how you can easily get hacked. 2 days ago, my father called me and he said, no, there's a gentleman I was talking to. He's in Lusaka. And he told me that there is a particular business model that if we invest 10,000 kwacha, we're going to get about 100,000 kwacha in less than 3 months. It's a digital platform. And I feel like if we did that, my son, it will make us a lot of money. And he showed me the messages on social media. And I told him, these are what? These are hackers. And I'm sure many of us have received these messages around Bitcoin in our inbox. We've received messages around invest in this and you get this. You're going to also receive messages such as, would you like us to pay you for social media ads? If you share a particular ad, we'll pay you $1,000 per week. Just let us know and we'll get talking. And that's how they easily access your page. So the more you respond to them, all they need is a particular time frame in order for them to easily access into, in order for them to easily hack into your system. And all that begins from sharing a small post of fake news. So let us be very careful to ensure that we safeguard ourselves from this particular issue of fake news, or else we're going to be having people lying to us that they flew first class and that they talked to the president. At this moment in time, allow me to just hand over to the chair as we quickly go into our break session and get into the next segment later on.
I thank you, Mr. How you pronounce your name?
Mr. Mwila.
Mr. Mwila, for the presentation. There is another thing, maybe another issue that maybe we need to address when we come back from the tea break, is the issue of chain messages. Maybe it's a report of how do we deal with these chain messages. Ladies and gentlemen, so we will now break for tea, and we will come back in 20 minutes time. Thanking you.
Oh, excuse me, honorable members, can we come back at 12:10? Thank you.
Good morning again, ladies. So we have a quorum. I think we will proceed. But before I give the floor to the presenter for the second module, maybe ladies, I would ask you to share your views and country's experience using this digital platform to get us engaged. And I've circulated in the group one document. If you recall, those who were there before for some time, we had at the 41st plenary in Seychelles, I brought a motion about cyberbullying, how it affects women. I've circulated the document, and later during the day, maybe we will get a recommendation from the CSW meeting, which will be circulated to you. So you can you can go through the recommendation and we can follow up on what is going on and what is being done. As I said, maybe we will get countries to share best practices, experience about this digital platform, how you are using it, and how helpful it would be for you to use it during the campaign, especially countries that will be going to election soon. The floor is yours. There's no contribution. If that is the case, okay, yes. Madam Ambassador.
Thank you so much. I wish to speak as a member of the African Women Leaders Network, and also within the work I've been doing as your goodwill ambassador. We see that going into elections, young women politicians are attacked online more than older women politicians, even if the older women politicians are attacked online, but it's mostly the young women, unmarried, single or divorced women. And they are not attacked at times, not about what they think or what they are putting on the table, but more around their social status, their relationships, their bodies, what they wear. So we see immediately how issues of sexual and reproductive health and rights are so much at the and gender are so much at the center of the attack for women. I felt I needed to share that analysis around some of the observations that we are making. And secondly, that possibly the resource persons can support and give advice on how can we also build a defense, as collective social media support process, so that when one of our sisters, whether from the ruling party, the opposition, independents, are attacked, how do women cross the political divide and support each other? Because at times we also see that women would hesitate to step forward online because they are also afraid of being attacked. When you protect another woman online, you are also afraid of being attacked online. So I hope that the resource persons can also give insights and advice in order to support the female politicians and honorable members who wish to effectively participate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. If we don't have any comments from the floor, okay, we've got one hand up here.
Yeah, through you, Chairperson, I just wanted to share with my colleagues that in Malawi, the Malawi Parliamentary Women Caucus, we have a website where we post our activities and also a Twitter which belongs to the whole caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Anne-Marie.
Merci, Président, pour la parole. Au niveau de notre caucus aussi, là, nous utilisons seulement les WhatsApp pour essayer de défendre les femmes. Par rapport à ce que Madame l'ambassadrice a dit, c'est compliqué. C'est compliqué dans ce sens que quand les femmes sont attaquées sur le réseau, souvent, ce sont les hommes qui les dédouanent. Moi, personnellement, j'ai mis en place une petite équipe de jeunes gens, donc vraiment des jeunes, qui sont sur les réseaux sociaux du matin au soir. Quand je suis attaquée quelque part, je ne réagis jamais. Ce sont eux qui réagissent. Ce sont eux qui réagissent. De temps en temps, on leur dit non, 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 on vous exploite à coup de petits montants d'argent, tout et tout. Mais du moins, ils défendent ma couleur. C'est-à-dire, quand on vous attaque comme ça, il ne faut pas, en français, on dit, il dit mon consent. C'est-à-dire, quand vous ne réagissez pas, vous êtes conscient de ce que vous faites. Donc, il faut toujours avoir une petite équipe autour de vous, des jeunes gens que vous postez sur les réseaux sociaux à tout moment, quand vous êtes attaqués, et les jeunes gens-là répliquent au même moment. Donc, il y a, c'est du tic au tac. Puis même moi non plus. Donc, c'est ce que nous faisons, en fait, au niveau de mon pays. Mais la seule chance, c'est que la base intéressante, la base électorale n'est pas outillée par rapport aux réseaux sociaux. Les quelques-uns, donc les enseignants, les quelques intellectuels qui chôment dans les villages, ce sont eux qui essayent d'exploiter les réseaux sociaux. Mais quand ils expliquent aux vieilles mamans, aux vieux papas qui sont dans les villages, vous sentez que ça n'a pas tellement d'impact par rapport à la traduction orale, donc de bouche en bouche. Quand vous-même vous passez pendant les vacances parlementaires, vous avez la possibilité, vous avez la chance d'échanger avec votre électorat, d'échanger avec votre base, donc en direct. On vous a raconté ceci sur les réseaux sociaux. Ces jeunes gens-là formatent toujours des mensonges. Et vous essayez d'évacuer ce dont vous avez été accusé donc dans les réseaux sociaux pendant votre séjour, par exemple, au niveau du Parlement. Donc, c'est un peu ça. Il faut chercher à mettre en place vraiment une petite structure qui sera permanente sur les réseaux sociaux. Où ils se trouvent, ils trouvent une attaque, directement ils répliquent aussi. Donc, c'est comme ça que nous essayons de nous organiser. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. So now back to the presenter for presentation of the second module.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the contributions that have come from honorable members. And actually, some of them, they are actually speaking directly to the policy issues that we need to do at national and regional level. I'm sure also different countries are at different stages looking at this issue of cyberbullying, the issues of cyber abuse, taking advantage of the technology to make sure how best technology can be harnessed to development. And at this level, it's quite critical to be discussed at this level. Let me start this very next module, which is for digital security. I think it provides the answers, most of the answers that we started discussing about it, but also it answers the aspect of cyberbullying and some of the things, practicals that we shall be also be doing. But I'm quite concerned when we left for break. We also went ahead. We said it's a training to conduct a digital check. Remember, if you have listened to us to say this meeting, we are going to continue doing digital checks. And out of the people with laptops, 5% were the only people who have managed to leave their computer safely. Some of them, they just leave their computer with their pages that they are working open. And we benefited from the content that you left us to read. So the reason why we are saying this is from this meeting, you start to take it serious. That issue of digital security is simple as when you stand up going for a bathroom. You need to make sure that your computer is not showing the page. So there are two ways. For a lay person, you can just read. For another person, when you did not lock it as you go, only needs 3 minutes to access the links connectivity. We'll talk about it. So what do we do for quicker? For those with laptops, do you know an item on the computer, on the pads, called Windows? Are we aware of it? Are you seeing it? How many are not aware? So that for those with computers, that's more like a window. If you see it, it's one item which is different from others with 4 parts. So like you are working there, I want you to go to that. Then you say Windows plus L. You press Windows first plus L. L, yes, L is. I can see it has happened here. What had happened? It's locked. Simple as that.
It's locked, yes.
You are standing up, Windows plus L. Make sure you do that. You don't switch off your computer. You have locked, which means everything that you are working on, you have locked. So when you're coming back, you are simply putting on back the password. I'm assuming that most of the people with computers have got passwords. You will see the importance of it when you lose your computer, to have a password. When emails are going to be sent, or some of us are already signed into their emails and they move on signed, which is good if we've got security locks. So for those who need assistance, we have passwords on their laptops. We are here. I think we are going to assist one. Well, we assisted one already. To make sure we have a strong password. So that button is very important, so that when you stand up, you might not be in a safe environment like this one next time. So that's very also important. The module on understanding security, which we've got a few minutes before lunch, is there for us to understand concept for digital security, understand common cyber security threats, threat detection mechanisms, password management, social media security accounts and verification, phone, email, computer security. I've highlighted one already. Digital activism management, regaining social media accounts. Honorable Princess, you're covered. Countering cyberbullying. So in instance, before we go just in general, digital security is a holistic term used to describe resources used to protect your online identity. Remember when we started, we said everyone has an identity. You might have a regional identity, a political, a social, economic, but you also have a digital identity. So digital security protects your data and other digital assets. Without understanding your digital security status, it's like a soldier without ammunition in a battlefield. You are just going. So you need to understand things around you, how best, right? And you are exposed. So basic, you are not saying understand it in detail. Like what you are talking about, simply just when you are standing, where you are going somewhere, just to make sure that at least your computer is switched, it's locked, so that even everything. The tools for digital security include hardware, antivirus. We'll talk about antivirus. Hardware, we are simply talking of your laptop, your phone, your gadgets. Those are physical, that we can physically identify. Software, web services. I think we used the Google Plus 2 to harmonize when we were doing a digital tracking and health check for different accounts. And we saw that. Secured personal devices, Biometrics, we talked about this. We are talking about your face, your fingerprints, any parts of your body that can be used to make sure that when you want to get entry, it's only you. The network, biometric smartphone, SIM cards, they are very important. We are aware that you can have a password on phone, right? Then also have a password on the SIM card. So it's also, it depends on the level of your work. If your work is very risky to the extent that you want to protect information, you can have that double tie. Then we have firewalls, to talk about them, that prevent illegal access to your network. So this is just a web software whereby your online presence will be protected. Your online presence will be protected by a firewall. So anything that wants to get entry to your links, you are notified. Also, they are blocked. So there's different softwares that deals with that. Then anti-spy software. So anti-spy softwares are installed in your computer, but please don't just go on Google and on that platform and just download anti-spy software. You know what you do? You download a virus or a malware because they will just label anti-spy software. So what you do is you check, we'll tell you what to do. You check the authenticity. Is the service provider provided by an authentic service provider like Google, like Twitter, like Facebook? Because if you just, people are experimenting, are coming with what? With softwares, and they give you, it's more like those parrot accounts. Have you heard of parrot account? Parrot is someone that is hiding an identity, but is communicating something. You can easily not identify. So a person can just choose to say anti-spy software, then you download it to your phone. You know what it means? All your data is now sent to that person. Right. I want to ask a question. How many of us have end-to-end inscriptions on their WhatsApp? End-to-end inscriptions. That's very important. You might take it lightly if you don't have, make sure you go to WhatsApp, those 3 buttons, you click settings, you activate end-to-end inscriptions. What it means is your message are not seen by anyone there. They are not seen by anyone. But if you are not like that, I'm seeing someone are showing each other. Anyone, even like me, I can read your WhatsApp messages because I can connect it to you via web services just to see what you're talking about. So that's why you see many people are surprised when they see their WhatsApp chat posted on social media to say, she communicated this to this minister. Then you want to go and attack that minister. You are the only one that I was talking with. How is this message out? We were only 2. This WhatsApp message was between you and me. What had happened? End to end. Because you are a person of interest, you are an honorable. So there are also other people of not interest, which are against, which will just sit and say, we will destroy her. And the best way is to find a social spot and communicate the message. After all, this is very important. Then anti-spyware, the IDPs, intrusion detection and prevention systems, there are other also are used. Then someone talked about VPNs. The VPNs are virtual private networks. So how virtual private networks works? When you go to a country that bars WhatsApp, you burn WhatsApp, right? Through a VPN. I will list at the end of the training recommended VPN. So if you go to China, they use what they call Weibo, or I'll show you, where they say we don't accept to use this, or other countries, they've got their own social platform. But you want to communicate with relatives back home, you can't download that software. So you need a VPN. So the advantage of a VPN is you only make it active when you want to use it. So when you go to that country, as an example, I'm not saying China, as an example, you activate your VPN. It provides something like a lock. So what the VPN does, it connects to the strong network in nearby country, whether in UK, the strongest network. That's how it works. It will not using the server for China. It uses a server for the country. So China cannot stop you to be on internet. So even if they shut down, internet shut down in your country, if you have a VPN, you still continue to be on internet. So these VPNs have got a level. They are free VPNs that we recommend. But if you need a strong one, you subscribe maybe $1 per year. They are very cheap. Like paying through a MasterCard. Only $1, then you give all benefits for a VPN, $1 to $2 per year. So which means whenever you travel to a country with a war, you are connected with an internet if you are in Sudan where there is war, you can be connected through Kenya. So you always on WhatsApp and you communicate with relatives. So VPN also make sure, they also say in this country, internet is not working, but they connect to a nearby server. A nearby server, which is the nearby country. So you will continue to be on the network. So that they are very important in terms of our security, right? Also, don't forget, when you are at risk, let's say right now, our fellow brothers in Sudan, and you don't want to be tracked, make sure you go to your settings. If you swipe your phone, please switch off location. Don't forget that. Location. The moment location is on, if there are people who are tracking, then you know you are there. These honorables have been hidden there. So don't forget to switch, even when you are doing something, switch off location. That's why you find people just get easy to you. I'm this, then you see they are arrived. They are just tracking your location because the internet works with nearby booster. So wherever you are, your location, if you're at risk, you need to switch it off. It does not affect your connectivity to internet when you switch location. But when you want to download something, they might say turn off location so that you are able to download. So you just turn off, you download, you switch off location. So this is a strategy in terms of making sure when you are at risk. Then cybersecurity is vital to protect your image, your family, your community, your country, your religion, your data, to prevent breaches and identity theft. Identity theft, we talked about it. Someone who wants to be honorable and open an account and write about this. Remember, I said at the first time, when someone writes about you without your knowledge in an article, that can be removed. You just identify it is a blog. You write to, there is details given on a blog. You just report that this is my identity, provide this article has been written, it's misinforming, is this, and that when just received, it takes 3 days for it to be suspending. It's suspended, it will not be seen online. Them investigating whether it's an authentic. If they find out that it's not an authentic article, some of the tracks that we have on that we are living on digital footprint, they can easily removed in 3 weeks and we have a clean page not being talked about if it is fake news. Then they can, if they are found to be fake news, then that site is blocked, is suspended by the service provider. There's a cost. It's more like on Facebook when people report you to say, of course, other people are using for political purposes to say, please suspend this person. They don't just go and suspend, they find out, send the messages that they've said that is violating the rights. So just to quicken, because we are rushing against time, these are some of the common cybersecurity threats, viruses. You need to have an antivirus. And please don't just download an antivirus on your phone. You download a malware because it will be called a virus, an antivirus, but it is actually a malware that will be taking information and send it out. You need to have an antivirus that is authenticated. If you click on the setting, you will find the manufacturer of that virus, the link. It must be from credible sources like Google and those that are known, right? Some, even if there are other antivirus that if you download, all your documents will be taken to shortcut, but it's an antivirus. So this is common cybersecurity threat. Then there is distribution denial of service called DDoS. So this just prevents your data. They take your data, you are sending an email, it's intercepted, it's sent somewhere, right? So the digital security is very important, especially on emails. Emails are the ones that we use to create social media accounts or phones, right? So emails host us. Actually, email are very important because they hold our secrets. So they need to be secure. The 3-tier system, they need to be secured. They need to be linked to the phone number. Please, you must make sure you do that. Because, you know, if you are using a .org or a Gmail email, if it is intercepted, right, you might be receiving your emails, right? But someone, there is a setting that has been done where all emails are sent to that person. That's why today I was advising you, why are you leaving your laptops naked? When we left from this, we just left our laptop naked. What you need to do is what I told you, just click Windows plus L, then you lock your laptop. Because someone needs 3 minutes to link your email to his or to her email, right? Anything that you receive, that person will also receive. That person can also delete emails before you see them. I have sent you email 2 weeks, I did not see it. No, let me re-forward. I've sent you email. No, I did not see it. Someone is actually managing your emails because he sees an important email, he deletes or she deletes. So the digital check, we go to the emails, you go to the settings. There's a page in the we'll find time to go on that. Then you check whether your emails are linked to anyone. Then you clean that. The same on Facebook. Many of us, we might be surprised that we are not only the administrators of our Facebooks. Probably they've been hacked, someone is inside your Facebook, if it is a page. Or you once tasked someone to just run it without those due process I'm talking about, to say, do you know the person? And he's still inside that Facebook account. That's why it is important to regularly change passwords and check that background to say, is there anyone who is part of administrating this page? It's just a common feature. So that's very important. Then worms. Worms now are used like, which is another common threat for cybersecurity. Worms, it's a malware that is used like in this situation we are seated here. So a hacker, what he does is, a worm, if she hacks this computer now, it will be used to hack every computer here. So it moves like a worm. That's why you see most government websites are hacked through that strategy, whereby you see the main government website, it's hacked, all of them are hacked. They only need to hack one website for them to hack all websites. So of that government, because that government, remember, it's using one domain, right? So they hack the domain. So Trojan, we know this as a malware or a virus that also comes in to cut our folders, to do this. Social engineering, same as I explained in terms of used by hackers, but this different, that they appear as if they are coming to you. If you have those people that say, please send me details, I'm from SADC-PF. Send me details for your reimbursements. You don't check the email. At the end of it, there is sadacpf.com, but the email for SADC-PF is .org. They just change org and put com. So you think this is Paulina. I need to send my bank details and this and this and this, and you send, I need to send my travel, my scanned documents. You're actually submitting your personal information. And they use the same name, but what has changed is the what? The .com. They've created a separate website. So when you open an email, make sure it's coming from that person. We've got a practical example here of a person who received that email and with Paulina's name. So those want to see example after, we can show it. So what you are talking about is not, but it's changed now to take information. So they scan what's happening in the region. How best can we make? When they get your personal details, they hack the MasterCard, they hack the whatever that you have, and you are done, right? The same with phishing. Sourcing information from the sources that we have, and it's sent, it's used for other purposes, it's taken from our gadgets. Please Don't open the suspicious emails that are sent to you. You see them by headlines, you have one. I want to share my properties. The aspect is not for them. The moment you read them, you have submitted your email details to them because it's a software. So they are now inside your email. So after clicking that email, the next thing that you need to do, rush to change your password. Delete them completely. But you've got some mechanisms like malware, they will be sent to you have got some defense mechanisms like those antiviruses, the DDoS defenders, they will be sent to the spam directly. So you need your computers to be sent with virus, with those components where they can be detected, that email that is not. If you search those people on Google, you find that they are being found for scam. They've scammed this, they've done this, they've done this. So make sure that when you open a link, then I know honorable members, we are using WhatsApp groups in terms of our communities. Who is your admin for the WhatsApp group, right? Make sure that it's a bit tight. Don't just say admin, 10 people. They should make sure that you know the admins, right? If you have chosen to use the link for people to join your meetings, there's further exposure. You know that join through a link. It's better to join through a reference. Join through a link now, it's not the two-tier system of security. To make sure that even if someone joins through a link, does not take over the group. So what hackers are now doing, they send you a message through they hack a number of a person who is in the group, right? Then that number sends a message. For example, right now they are using those money pyramids messages. The moment you click that money pyramid message, your phone is hacked. Then the next level, when your phone is hacked, the group icon changes. You know what is called the group icon? It automatically changes and it puts the message, the icon for that money pyramid. When it changes, what happens is now the group has been taken off. You are no longer in control. So whatever message is that in that group, people definitely they start now to exist. So what you do, if you admin, people see that there's someone who sent that money pyramid message and it's suspicious on hacking, you temporarily remove that person from that group. So that's also very important. So there's also ransomware. Our time is moving. SO injection is more like that worm as well. Then hacking. Hacking is the process that we've been talking about. So like what we're saying, you can use software for threat detection, VPNs, secure hardware, multiple security measures. For example, Twitter, Facebook, linked to mobile phones. Password change linked to personal mobile biometrics. Suspicious links in WhatsApp groups. I talked about this. Then on password management, there are these steps that are very important. Revealing your password is risky. You know, I'm busy. You don't know that person as much. Please go to my email. I've sent you the password and do this. And that person will just go on, make himself an administrator of that email. Next time he receives all your emails and delete what he thinks and take other opportunities that person thinks these are very critical to my being. Use different password for different accounts. How many of us are just using date of birth and their children? And it's uniform. So the hackers, they know the common pitfalls of people that their first name, their daughters, they research and other things, the common passwords, and that's how their first port of entry. Then the use of multi-factor authentication, MFA, I think if there was time or after lunch, we could show now the process, the practical to say on Twitter and Facebook, how do you go to the multi-factor authentication system, right? Your password should be strong. Right? Length trumps complexity. Make passwords that are hard to guess but easy to remember. Right? A good example is a password that, you know, if you love your daughter, take the first 2 letters, right? If you love your community, your constituents, take the middle letters. If you love the year, put the number between these 2 letters. You are creating so you never forget these things, because if you love your mother, you know, you don't take the whole name to say Regina. take something that you remember and you are creating a simple but an easy to remember, because a strong password, you've got one capital letter, right? Small letters, it have got a number, right? It has got other tools like a hash or an exclamation mark. It cannot be cracked, I tell you, because they use tracking marks to crack. So that one, it cannot be cracked. Then make passwords that are hard to guess but easy to remember. Use password manager. This one is another for those who have been trained further. If we're going to never have a document containing your accounts, how many of us have got in their computer a list of their passwords written and said passwords? This account password, this account password. Then you're exposing yourself. Because if someone gets to that, you just go that document and say, okay, at Kurasha, then the password at this. So never use that as a, one of the most important things you can do is to create good, strong password. Think of a phrase rather than a single word. Make your pass phrases call for more characters long. This makes it harder to crack using various software programs. Use combination of symbols, numbers, uppercase, lowercase, and letters. Don't use the same password for every account. Change your password every 3 months or more often. If you have problem remembering passwords, use a secure encrypted program like Keepers. If you have time, we could go. It's just a software you download called Keepers. It gets you inside. It stores your passwords. It will not be cracked. Be sure your security question and answers for your accounts are post simple easy. I'm sure you are familiar with security questions that sometimes you are used. So let me rush to mobile phones. Mobile phones, companies have compatibility to track and collect information about your use of mobile phones, including your location, right? We know that, right? There's also the possibility of installing surveillance software on a phone that runs in the background without user noticing. You know how this happens? You just give someone your phone, you have forgotten you are collecting at lunch. Or someone just, yes, honorable, you are not members that can fight in a community and someone comes and say, honorable, I need to call my mother. Then because you have got you have got a good heart, right? You give that member a phone to call the mother. Why he or she wants to put a tracker. So be conscious of environment on gadgets. There is a risk of this. Sometimes you are given phones. This is sensitive, Your Excellency, at Parliament, right? Run security cards in class. Some countries, phones that we receive at parliaments, they would already have trackers and to get information so that if you want to be gated, they know whatever you are doing. Some others, I think it has been proven in research. You receive a gadget, first of all, you find a digital to run a scan and all malware is removed. And you'll be surprised what you see there. Then there's a risk of your handset being physically out of your hands for a period. Make sure if it is out of your hand, first thing, scan it. There's a software, scan it, and it will tell you the history that no one has tampered with it. When your phone is on, it is constantly communicating the following information with towers nearby. Do you know what is called MEI number? This is very important, a number that equally identifies your phone's hardware. When you lose your phone, this is also the number that is linked, honorable members. This is also a number that is linked when you want to track your phone when you lose it. I will advise you for your phones. There is a function where you go for settings and make sure that when your phone is lost, you track it. Whether if it is formatted, the MEI number called AMEN is not deleted. It's the original number for the phone. So whenever puts her or his line in your phone, it communicates the number or to the email that you have put on security. These days, you can't tell me that you lose a phone and you don't track it. It's impossible if it is a smartphone. Whoever took it and formatted it and put a line, you tell you that this number is now put in that phone. It's as simple as that. And then you go to the police and say, this is number now in my phone. We want to do a practice, a practical. Those who have phones, right? I want you to press star, hash, star hash 06 hash. Yes, I now know your phones now. Star hash 06 hash. Star hash 06 hash. That's your phone. The amen.
So we are saying to IMEI number 1, IMEI.
That's your phone.
Number 2. Which number do we use?
If you look at the number, they look similar.
Yes, but in digits,
The first ones.
they are not similar. Yeah.
There's a number called IMEI. Yes.
IMEI 1, yes. IMEI.
Star hash.
Star hash. IMEI.
Right. On the next stage. So this is your phone. Whether the person formatted it, this will not be formatted. It's from the manufacturer. So this is linked to the tracking. So when you go to the settings of the tracking, this is how it is connected, and you put another number that will be reported when it is stolen, and probably your email. So that if that number is, someone puts a new number, you're just told that someone is now aware of your phone. What? Chair, there's a hand there.
Yes, Honorable Shali.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now, the presenter has just shown us.
Yes.
But before, I didn't know. And the email number is inside this and maybe on that box.
Yes.
And that box is now lost.
Yes.
Where am I supposed to store it? Because until now, when you told me about star hash 06 hash, I didn't know
Yes.
that it is here. I only thought of hiding that box somewhere at home.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Now, where am I supposed to keep it?
Right. There's also linking to the phone to your email, right? Some of us, when you lose data, even your numbers just come automatically. Have you seen that? When you put another line, that number will be there. The secret of returning of those numbers is this number. It's already in your email. It can't return when it's not linked to that. It's a different phone and different line. Right. So now that one, the process that many people will be asking is, how now do I make secure? It's another process that we are going to be answering. Currently, we are faced with going to lunch in the last session to say what we go now a practical to say go there, link your phone there. This is where you put, we'll beam it there so that those who want to make their phone secure, they will do that. So that process will do it. So now on that one, then the MSI number is a number that equally identifies the SIM card. This is what your phone number is tied to. So this is the first one. It's for the phone. The other one is for the SIM card. Then there are other numbers as well because of time. But the one that I highlighted first is the most important one. The network cell is which the phone is currently located. Cell can cover an area from few meters to several meters, which must be smaller cells. So the location of subscriber with the cell determine the triangulation. So we are talking of triangulation. When you go to a WhatsApp, some people they say internet posts, some people they say boosters. So whenever there is a nearby booster, your network connects there. If you are roaming, it also connects there. So even that's how the intelligence system used to track people. Even if you switch off your phone, they use this IMEI number. Because if you switch off your phone without removing a line, it's more like for your what? Your phone is on. Do we know that? Yes. It's more like it's only who is not seeing, but your phone is on. It's running on the background. What you need to do is when you want to remove your line. Your line. Yes, through the chain. Secretary. Yeah.
Yes, SG, you wanted to come in?
No, on a light note, I remember when Arusha with some honorable members, and there was one honorable member. So I think we had arrived and there wasn't enough accommodation or something like that. So anyway, I happened to sleep in the room with these members. So this member said, I'm not saying anything, remove your SIM card. They said, our phones. I was like, no, remove your SIM cards and put the phones there. We are not discussing anything. So this information looks like it has been there. And now that you're saying it, I'm linking it because that time I just laughed. I thought, oh, okay. Well, you know, what is this about? She said, we're not discussing anything. Just remove your, she said, remove your battery, remove your SIM card, then we can discuss. So this is quite interesting.
Thank you very much, Secretary
SG.
General. And indeed, that is it. Whether it's switched off, the line is there, the battery is there, the phone, the MRI is tracked near the, yes, Honorable, through the chair. Through the chair.
Yes, Honorable,
Yes, no.
you may.
How do I make sure that the phone is off? That it's not, transmitting anything?
Yes. So two things. First, if you want to, there's the, when you are not at risk, yes, you can switch off your phone for people not to call you. You understand? The phone is not available. But if you're at risk, you remove the SIM card down. You remove the battery there. SIM card, it's a level of saying you are not connected to any that tower or booster. You cannot be tracked if you are there or there. Or also your phone cannot be used to track others. Because if one of you are at risk, the SIM card is there. They can find you, all of you. Right? Then the phone, it's because it have got that IMEI, right? It can also be tracked based on the service because it's on. It does not. How many of us knows that? I want to give you a practical example. You don't have a phone, a SIM card. Are you able to make a call? Yeah? You are able. Can't you know phone police without a SIM card? You can. You don't know about that. Right. Every phone, when you don't have it, yes, he wants to assist through the change.
You may, Madame.
There's
Oui, merci, Présidente. S'il y a carte SIM, on peut appeler avec les téléphones locaux. Mais si on utilise avec Internet ou avec les Skype ou avec WhatsApp, on peut s'appeler sans carte SIM, je crois. Hein.
Thank you. We have another hand up here.
Okay.
Yeah, you.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a question, maybe directed to the SG. I would like to know why this presentation specifically for our mothers, because I understand that this presentation is really, really important for both. That's my question, SG, maybe. If mothers are not offended, please.
Yes,
Through you, Chairperson, I think this is an important question, Honorable Member. You are advising us to scale up the training to all committees, and we are duly guided. All the committees had different themes. And as you recall, the 66th session of the Commission on the Status of Women was looking at this area. And that is how we thought it may be relevant for our RWPC to also interrogate from a practical perspective the same area. it is not discrimination, but we've taken heed of your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG.
Let me conclude because we at lunch we finish after lunch by saying on this slide there's some practicals that we'll do after lunch where we'll show you things that we have been talking about, the processes that we can do to secure our phones, just beaming them and those who want assistance personally also as well. But let me finish the aspect of calling. When the phones are manufactured, they are tailored to such an extent that you are able to call an ambulance, a free toll, you are tailored to call a police officer or fire services in your country without a SIM, because sometimes you will not have it. Right. So, which means this gives you the knowledge that a SIM card, even if you removed, you are still known where you are, what you are doing, and what you are doing there in terms of the security. Also, even a phone without line or what, it can also record. We know that, and all those things play other functions without internet and other things. So those are very critical in terms of knowing, and even the steps we need to have a digital understanding of our gadgets that we are hosting, so that we even protect our family. The last thing that we did, that scan analysis, I'm also asking you, especially mothers with children under the age of majority, at particular juncture, go to Google Plus, type their name. You will be surprised that 11-year-old child, the photos that you see there without knowledge, and never told you that I'm on social media, I'm attending this. This is the better way now if we have knowledge to continuously assess just the full name, because even if he or she uses a different handle on Twitter or what, but the name and other details are required under the background on signing, right? You understand that? When you are opening an account, not a parrot, you write Edna Mafuruse, but the handle, it's maybe Mafuru, right? A different way people see. But the digital have stored your internal your information. So if you put that name in full, you find whatever that they are also doing, and you are able to advise them to say, I see you are on this party and you are doing this, and you'll be. So that's another way of also managing our digital lives. So thank you very much, honorable members, for this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gondo. It's a very interesting presentation. We had a lot to learn. We talked about digital security, antivirus, different software that can protect your phone, your authenticity, end-to-end encryption, the VPN, the risk, the worm and Trojan, how to guard your phone. We went through the IME symbol to protect to identify the identity of your phone, okay? And the network cells. And I know that maybe you have a lot of burning questions, but because we have to break for lunch, you can hold your thoughts so we can write down your question, and you will have the opportunity to ask questions at the end of the session. When we come from lunch, we have module 3, crafting of social media strategies, module 4, managing social media accounts, module 5, digital security and tools, and module 6, measuring success. And then we will have a group work also in the afternoon. So thank you once again, Mr. Gondo, for your presentation, and we shall break for lunch. Thank you.
Kindly don't forget Control Windows L for your gadgets.
Okay, I've been advised by SG that we will group up for a group picture before we go for lunch. Same place as we had in front of the hotel. Thank you.
Mr. Magaza, kindly guide us. One of members, let's go for a group picture.
Honorable MPs, the group photograph will be taken at the spot in front of the hotel where it says Radisson. That's where we did the other group photo yesterday. So we will go there.
Good afternoon, ladies. I hope you all enjoy your meal and ready to start the afternoon work, which is ahead of us. But first and foremost, ladies, before we move on, before I give the floor to the resource person, we would have to put our hands together for us to thank our Secretary General for thinking of us women for this session and for giving us the opportunity to be able to learn about the digital jargons and everything and how to protect ourselves from these digital threats, as you can call it. Because without her vision, we would not be sitting here having this discussion with the resource person today. On this note, give her a big applause. Thank you. And ladies, now when you go back, I love the question of this gentleman, I think the clerk of Zimbabwe, of Botswana. You know, when we, ladies, we go back, it is us as women that are going to teach those men in parliament how to protect their phone. Usually we consider the men as being techno-savvy, but now it's the women that are being techno-savvy, and we're going to teach them how to protect their phone from digital threats. Yes, Honorable Sally?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. But to be very honest, none of those men were sent out. They were all invited in their chairs are open here. And that's why he's here. Nobody had sent him out. But once it was written, regional women, they say it's for the women. It's for the women. They are forgetting that they are the champions. When we take a bill to the House, they are supposed to support us. So may we bring them together to congratulate him for being here. With your permission, Honorable Chair, please.
Go ahead, Honorable Shari. Thank you. We put our hands to congratulate the men that are here with us. And don't forget about the he for she every time we meet. Thank you. So now, Mr. Gondo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this session. I'm moving up so that I leave to my colleague to finalize on the to practical aspects. And we are very glad that during lunch we managed to assist a number on their phones. We also realized that most people who are saying they've got end-to-end inscription, they have the general where they just said your message of end-to-end, but their end-to-end inscriptions are off. So they are not. So for all the 6 we have done with, no one was inscripted. So we are going to do that process again before I leave here, so that our WhatsApp messages and the pictures that we exchange are very important, must not be found in just because what it means if you are not inscripted, that information can be later found on Google. Just if you back up, which means it can even find itself your charts and your pictures from WhatsApp and say, what's happening? This photo, I did not send it on Facebook or what, but if you go to your digital footprint, you'll find it there. So I also wanted to highlight another aspect which is very important on some they say phishing, some they say phishing, depending on pronunciation. So this is also which must guard against in terms of people who send us emails purporting to be very authentic, but what they need is they would need our business cards, our details, and our sign-in details so that they use them. So let's be careful on emails that we respond to and that we do. They pretend as if they are reputable with a website, with everything, but when we click that, then we are giving our information. Then I'll move quickly to the issue of security of your emails. Of the most popular free emails that we are using, we have Hotmail, Gmail, Yahoo is it was once popular but is still there. Provide connection inscription. So these emails are very secure because they've got the HTTPs that I talked about between you and the email source provider, because they are provided from a service provider that is very strong. So when you are engaging someone to do a domain, please, a .org. Okay, let me, oh yeah, thank you. When you are providing someone to do it, don't just check and then look at who is the host. Who is the host of that website? Because you just find someone as an organization, yes, I'm now have a website, a .org email, but who is the host? The host matters because it's the one who stores your information. And anything that you are putting there, remember, if you are saying hosts, she's also hosting your what? Your emails, the .org emails, which means the after you created an email, the .org, because the emails are created Jenny at this.org, Letwin at this.org, which means the host. So the host must hand over signing credentials and your staff changes security codes. If that process has not been done, the host is accessing all your emails. Your staff for communication must now change all security for the website, that this person who designed the website, if he's an external person, then you should hand over all signing. What is only left during your annual payment is to pay for the domain directly. But if you still rely with the hosts without handover, which means if she wakes up one of the morning and say, I want to deal with SADC PL, you will just, she or you will just put another statement on the website. So remember, HTTPs are secure and the connection between you and your email. Other secure email services are .NET, Vaultlet Soft, among other. You know, if you would like to learn about Gmail, would like to learn more about other security features, two-factor authentication, IP history, you can go to Gmail security checklist so that you learn further. Gmail security lists. So that's very important. So I want to go to this example. I want to go to the first example on our phones. Those who have our phones, let's go to WhatsApp. The WhatsApp software. You just click it where it shows different green messages. Don't open a message. Yeah, like this. Like the way you see different messages coming. The charts, yes, the charts. Then there are 3 dots at the top. If it is an iPhone, we'll also talk some below there is where it is called. So click those dots. You will see where it is called settings. If it is an iPhone, sometimes it's below, right? You saw it. If it's other Androids, it's mostly on top. Have you arrived at settings? Let's click settings. You find various things, accounts, privacy, avatar, charts. We want to start with charts. Let's create charts. Let's click charts. Yes. Under charts, you are seeing that there is chart settings, media visibility, among other things, but you want to go where it is called chart backup. You find it. Backup. Click there. Backup. Can you verify whether your message are end-to-end encrypted? Off, it's not. Is it off? So your message is seen, can be seen. Is it off? Is it off? But you are saying you are encrypted. You're talking of those messages. You see message in the WhatsApp where they tell you are encrypted. That is just a statement, that one. That was just a statement to say now your message are encrypted. That was just a statement. It's WhatsApp marketing itself. Now see for yourself if you are secured. Right. So now From there, I understand you understand the process that we have reached there. Do I need to repeat? Oh, you are there. Right. So let me explain some you might not want to do it here, but I wanted to show you so that because it will require you to think of a password that you will not forget. So you should not rush to do it. But if you have it already, then you must also have space in your phone. Some they will say your phone is the memory. If it is running out, you need to create. So this will help now to say now this is a process that you have done. And you will be what? If you go through that process, you now know that your messages, if you are sending me a message, it's me between you and me, you. No one else is what. So that message you seen that your message are now encrypted in the groups, in the what? That's a marketing to say you are secure on WhatsApp. It's done by many service providers. Everything is a process to have it. So I think 95% were not. So what you do is when you arrive at that there's a process where it will say some they will say turn on, some they will say start the process. It will require a password. You need to choose a password that you will not forget. It will require other steps. Now those steps they will be self-explanatory to tell you what to do. And if internet we are connected to network, you will reach. Then you will now be. Then if you go there again, you see that your current Google Drive, it will tell you the amount of information that you still have. At the same page, that's where you can also see your email. Do you still want to use your email as a backup? You can click there where it said backup. If you want to change a backup email, you can also sign in and change it there. That's where also you go to change the backing up of emails if you no longer want to use the email that you are backing up with. So it's the same under the backup. If you want to back also video, you need to enable it, right? So backup can be monthly, can be on Google, but that's another stage. But inscription of protection you could have been done in terms of that part. Then the another practical that we are going to do is on Twitter. Right. Yes, we are now on Twitter. Those who have Twitter accounts, let's go to Twitter. Oh, I heard that people are still backing up and information, and they are creating passwords for inscription. So as we are doing that, I think I can just say something on yeah, Ronald. Some they might need assistance. Anyone need that? Okay, I think things are moving on well. Yeah. Right. So as we are waiting, I'll be just talking. There is issue of the issue of regaining social media accounts. Some people have got the accounts that have been hacked or taken over: Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, among other. First step is to check whether you are still able to log in in any social media account. Okay.
Mr. Gonda, I just want to ask a question.
Okay.
It could be a silly question. When the phone is doing the backup, where is the information stored? Is it this one that you say it is stored in the cloud? I don't know. What
Okay.
about- There's this thing about storing your information in the cloud.
Okay, so there are various engines that store information. There's no one engine that store information. Like even in our organizations, you must be using cloud, you must be using Google Drive, you must be using Clatena. There are various way you can choose. But what I said is you must make sure that you are backing up to an authentic, verified server. Because if you just choose, you back to an institution that is being operated by hackers and they find interesting information. So that's why people, they prefer those cloud, Google Plus. Then on this one, backup, usually it's Google for WhatsApp, unless if you want to create another, if we you can just click for another software to back up your information. Usually, if it is Google account email, if you lose your phone, if we put a new line, everything. So you choose whether you want to back up per month or after 6 months or annually or a day, depending with with the information. So if you lose your phone, you will not have a double cry to say I've lost everything, including my pictures, including my information. Everything is, especially the email that is linked to your phone. If it is the Gmail email linked to your phone, you know that you just back up there. So if your phone it is broken, you just put a new line and it gives you an option to restore your information. So everything else for past years, the WhatsApp chats, anything, it even brings back the last chat that you did. And you just continue from there. So that's where also the aspect of backup is very important. You will not start afresh. Also, backing up cell phone numbers, because you don't need to find people. So those are on Google again or through your email. All the numbers with their names, they'll come back. So that's another thing.
Yeah. Mr. Gonda, we have a question from the clerk of the committee.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Gondo, I would like to understand, you said end-to-end inscription would ensure that the conversations, the chats that I have are protected. I want to find out if the person I'm chatting with does not have an end-to-end inscription. Am I still protected, or that information can still leak through the other person that I'm talking who is not protected?
If you are the sender, you are protected.
Okay.
Because it's his business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the only exposure that you have, if you choose to take what you posted and give to the people, like people do, to say, now I'm now giving your information because you told me this, you do a screenshot, among other, because you are protecting yourself. And also in terms of hacking, in terms of information leaking to Google, there's background check that I was talking about to say every information, whatever that we do as an activity is stored. That's why also we need to clean our history, right? At a particular time when you go to, for example, I want to give you a practical example. You have your email signed at your laptop, right? Do you know that? That's Google, right? You have your, also sometimes right now WhatsApp is linking to phone, you can access your WhatsApp. So what if you don't do this setting, what it means is the drive is just taking all that information and collecting them and putting them somewhere in your machines. But somewhere it is not protected. Right? So this end-to-end and also those security features we have been talking, a laptop having a strong password, some even folders, you need to put them passwords. If you have got a folder with sensitive information, you are aware that you can create a password on a folder, right? How many knows? Yes, you can create a password on a folder to see that even my child should not see this folder on laptop. Even if I give him the laptop to use for school, this folder must be logged. So it's just a simple process where you protect that as well. I'm sure you are done. I have to leave for Mr. Mwila, so I need to do the last exercise. The Twitter. For those who have Twitter accounts, let's go to Twitter. We want to do some exercises as well. Then if we go to Twitter, we want to click home. It will show on home, to show a page under home. There might be aspects called explore, notifications, message, list, bookmarks, verified orgs profile, then more. There's somewhere it might be called more. Twitter cycle. Then I want you to click settings. Yes. Then you click setting and support. Then you go to settings and privacy. I think it's also coming out on the screen. Yes. So if we arrived there, there are variety issues. Your account, yes. Your account, monetization, Twitter Blue, security and account access, private and safety, notifications, accessibility and display languages, additional resources, account information, change your password. So we start on change your password. Quickly, your password. Quickly, when you want to change your password, if you are signed in, you can quickly change it there if you sense there's danger, because you're already signed in. But don't change right now, because if you sign out, you will not be able to go. I'm just showing you. Right. So we want to go to private and safety. Click where it is called private and safety. So under that, you find audience and tagging. Here you can manage in terms, do you want to be tagged in posts or not? Like the tagging, sometimes you are at a point where people are troubling you and you no longer want to be tagged, right? You can make settings to say, for now, I don't want to be tagged in posts, right? Or I cannot be tagged in pictures, or I cannot be tagged depending with your work, right? Your people to see. And then even you can manage even on the content, what people they want to see, like what Mwila had said, the direct messages, all those things that are listed as well. They can be dealt with under there, so that we are doing this for your digital security. Sometimes you might need your privacy and say, I don't need notifications. You can just go and switch notification. I don't need to be notified. Right. Where if you go, you see where it is called notification. Yes. Then if you go to accessibility, display and languages, you can also see manage your font size, color, background settings. You can change even background setting, color to red, to blue, to depending with your favorite color. So those are just other very important issues that right. So we want to go where we found. Do you still remember where we find change your password? Under it, under accounts, right? You find that sometimes you want to quickly delete or deactivate your account. Go at the bottom. You just go, but make a decision. Because if you delete, you have deleted it, but it is archived somewhere, you are able to bring it. It does not go direct. People will not see it. So if you go where it is called deactivate your account, maybe you no longer want it to be what? You have many accounts and you want to operate it. So you just go and deactivate your account. Then you do you do the processes. It's no longer seen by anyone. You can go back. But for people, it will be, because there are stages that will be told on that. But for people, they will start to see Honorable is no longer on Twitter. But you can, because you still have your email, you still have what you can still now activate it, right? So because deactivation, it might be that difference from total deleting. You are just saying it's no longer there for particular purposes. Because sometimes there's leaders, there's time that you need your privacy. Sometimes you might want to leave it there just hanging. You don't want people to ask you, why are you not tweeting? Why you have been consistent? Something like that. So the last part, on settings. We did manage your account security. Right. We want to go to security and account access. Are we there? You can also see it there. That's where we are talking of two-factor authentication process. That your Twitter will not be easily hacked because you have what we are talking about. It's very important. You protect your account from unauthorized access by requiring a second authentication method in addition to your Twitter password. You see, you are not relying on a password. You can choose text message authentication or a security key. It's now up to you. I will urge you to have these two-factor. If someone wants to hack your account, you receive a text message. And if they've tampered with password, you quickly change it, because they can't just take it and hack the account or hack the Facebook. It's the same process with the Facebook as well. So this is additional password protection, password reset protection. So it's all written there. Enabling this setting adds extra security to your account by requiring additional information to reset your password. So you add all this, you are protecting further, protecting yourself. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm typing a hashtag here on this account called SADC PF. How many of us knows the hashtag? The hashtag, are we agreeing? Yes, that one. Then what we are talking of the hashtag, you know, the hash with, for those who are not, with two cross, then it's crossed again. Then let me write it here at the angle, this one, at the bottom. So if I click hashtag SADC PF, we want to see what will come out. Why hashtag is very important in my last presentation. Hashtag manage, it can help you, to track all your work. It can be consolidated. Everything that you have done in years can come under a hashtag. So you can have a hashtag for your constituents. For example, if you come from Ndola, you say hashtag Ndola constituent. So every post that you do, you say hashtag Ndola constituent. People will be tweeting, if they want to talk about it, either at Facebook, you can use hashtag Facebook or Twitter, and even other social media platform. They can just go to that hashtag to see your work. So that's why, in addition to a Twitter account, hashtag is very important because it consolidates your work together and it's easily accessible. You can track that this is. So we are going to click hashtag SADC PF. It might not be heavily used, but I just want to see what's there. Muila, what were you crying? You can see Muila though. It was posted 27 minutes ago with the hashtag. You see the hashtag there. Here we are searching using hashtag. If you go to your Twitter account, just say hashtag SADC PF. So there are information that comes under hashtag. Everything said about SADC PF will come there. So we have also Muila there. We have about when your phone is on, it is constantly communicating the following with towers nearby. It's information shared under hashtag. You see how what we're talking about hashtag. That's why also when you are going to be tweeting, I encourage you as members of parliament during your session, please use that hashtag so that it's easy to have. Yes, you take SADC PF, but we can also track your post there. You can see there the Secretary General, when statement by the Secretary General end of project meeting, it's under the hashtag. You can see here again, they under the hashtag, the posts. So it's easy to track everything under that hashtag. So in your institution or a constituency, you can agree to have hashtag, and you popularize it. You popularize it so that people, whenever they are talking about your constituency, it's under a common hashtag. So you are seeing there group photo end of project meeting. You can go and go and go with seeing a video for SADC PF. It's a hashtag. It's not an account. We just clicked SADC PF only, which means the hashtag can consolidate our information. So I didn't want to go without. Even some people who are talking about SADC PF, if they use this hashtag, it can be found. So let me get back to the chair if there is further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gonda. We will now open the floor for questions. I will see one hand up. Yes, Honorable Princess.
Thank you, through the chair. So it's interesting that you say you can use hashtag. When I got back on my digital platform print from Russia, I was trying to put hashtag, but somehow I was finding it difficult until I said at SADC PF. So I don't know whether it was just a misunderstanding or there's something I wasn't doing right, because on Facebook, it's easy. When I put hashtag, I know that anyone can find me or my constituency. So I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah.
Then lastly, there is also a SADC parliamentary forum. It's like an Indian organization or some Asian organization, but it finishes the name as a parliamentary forum. So I don't know how we can learn to differentiate that.
Where is it stationed?
Okay, maybe when I have private time with you, because
it's a Twitter account.
Yes, the first time I ended up actually connecting with them. So
I think I saw that what we need to track is whether that account was formed by SADC PF during its initial, or it's just a parrot. If it is a parrot, it needs to be closed.
Okay, then.
If it is also founded by SADC PF, it needs to be closed, because that one it's a patented name.
Yeah, because that one finishes SADC forum, parliamentary forum, while this one, ours, it goes the abbreviation of SADC PF. Okay. So that's the difference. And then lastly, actually, I just lost my train of thought. Me, who is a case study here, where I had one account which has 1,000 something followers, plus the new one that I ended up creating because I saw an advert from Twitter and I thought I was doing my same account. Is there a way I can merge them, or there is nothing like merging? I'll have to choose between the two and deactivate the other one.
Yes, there's a way you can merge, but this is now through an email that will give you and to write to the Twitter representative for Africa, which is also with SADC. The person replies within a week, whether the account has been suspended or what, they can. But also you evaluate if the other account has 2 followers. What do you need there? Is it your posts? Is it your this? So they can advise. But regaining account, we can do it. As we say, this lost account here. So if you want this with 1,000 something, it's a process of some questions that we just ask, then you regain your account. Then you choose. If you don't want to go the route of this one, the Twitter route through that email, you choose which one do you want to have. Like what we said on links, that if you are written on media negatively, I think one of our journalists, they can confirm. If you are written negatively, any information can be put down within a day. You can you just report to that service provider. If it is wrong information, then the platform will be suspended if they don't want to. So no information can stay. So thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gondo. I just wanted to clarify, are you through with this presentation and we are taking questions, or we have another presentation from?
Yes, we now have Mwila with the last presentation.
With the last one?
Yes, with the
So
last
do we
one.
proceed with the last presentation and then we?
Yes, sure.
would
Mwila is
open the
coming with the
floor
last
for all
one.
the queries and questions.
Sure.
Thank you. And while we're waiting for Mwila to come up, how are we? How would you help us for us who do not have a Twitter account to set it up?
Yes, yes, yes.
Would there be the opportunity for us to be help out?
Yes,
Maybe after the session.
yes, that does not
so that we
take
can-
3 minutes to do.
Yes.
So those one Twitter accounts, what we need is your email and your phone number. If you can't receive messages on your phone number, you can just use your email so that you can do on your own the authentication when we are back in your country. So it'll be available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gondo, for the amazing work that you've just done. You know, when Mr. Gondo talked about the issue of having your children's birthdays as your password, wherever I was seated, I said, guilty as charged. And quickly, I found means and ways to change my password. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Gondo, for that. Okay, I think before we were done, there's something that I just want to quickly take you through, which I feel would be very important for the next module that we're about to actually delve into. Now, I believe that many of us, you know, especially honorable members, we are busy, and being consistently on social media is not something that we can do. You know, you have to attend to your constituents, you have to be in parliament, you have to attend to various committees and so on and so forth. So you're busy in one way or another. And I think that's why we are proposing that it would be very important that you find means and ways to see how you can get a social media manager to be managing your content in one way or another. And I think myself and Mr. Gondo with the rest of our team, if peradventure, the social media managers you may recruit might want any kind of training, we may be able to do that even free of charge, because that's one way of building closer relationships. You know, because one of the things I think we also had a conversation on is that there are moments when content becomes too much for you to handle. And that's why it would be important for you to actually have social media managers. And I think I would like to just go through some of the importance of having a social media manager. Now, a social media manager is someone other than yourself managing the platform for you on your behalf. For instance, myself, there are moments when I can't manage to manage my own social media platform. I have two other young people who help me to manage the platform for me. For instance, when I'm invited to speak, they'll be the one to be posting in real time, as if I am the one who's actually posting in real time. When I'm attending a radio interview, they'll be the one to go live, and then people will be thinking you are the one who's managing the page, but basically you have a group of individuals who are actually doing that for you. Now, one of the importance of having a social media manager, the first thing is online presence. We had this conversation in the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, that social media is a competition in itself. Many people are competing to have their presence recognized while they are online. And in the political terrain, we come to understand that you're not the only candidate who might be vying for a particular position. There might be other individuals. So to ensure that you sustain your presence online, it's very important. The other aspect is strategic communication. So a social media manager will help you to strategically develop a social media strategic plan for you. For instance, on Monday, we post maybe a Monday morning quote from the Honorable to just encourage and inspire her followers on the week that is yet to unfold. They will also maybe put up and say that every time we are attending an event such as this, you make sure that you post it online. Earlier today, I was privileged enough to sit before two extraordinary young men by the name of Gondo and Mwila, and they taught us on social media. You make us famous a little bit on your social media platforms as well. The other issue, one thing that social media managers also do is real-time engagement. There is nothing that followers hate the most than to think as though they are interacting with a robotic page. So they would like to have real-time engagement. And you cannot manage to be replying to every comment that comes your way, every share that comes your way, you're replying. So a social media manager, a third party, will help you to do that for you. The other issue is brand management. We believe that politicians in themselves and political leaders, and especially female political leaders who are inspiring the next generation of young women in politics, they are brands in themselves. So social media managers will help you to manage your brand. I'm sure you saw the manner in which we gave you an example of a social media platform of a gentleman by the name of Mwila. We were able to show you a Facebook as well as LinkedIn. So brand consistency is very important. As political leaders, it's important that your name is defined by a particular agenda. When they think of a particular name, they know to say, this is the master of advocating for early child marriages. When they think of a particular name, they understand this is the master who focuses on advancing water and sanitation and so on and so forth. But what can help you is social media management. In my country, there's a particular brand that became synonymous with washing paste. That regardless any kind of washing paste that might come about, every washing paste came to be known as SAF. Regardless, whether it's what we started calling that washing SAF. When you think of toothpaste, regardless the brand name, we all call it what? Colgate. In my country, there's another issue. Regardless the name of the cooking oil, we still call it salad, regardless. And that is what brand management does. That when people think of women empowerment, your name is the first thing that pops up. That it also becomes easier for even international organizations to invite you to come and speak for certain events because your online presence has a consistent brand development. Now, the other issue, again, which is very important, is crisis management. And the last point, monitoring opponents and trends. Social media managers keep a close eye on the online activities of opponents in a political terrain. Because one thing I've come to understand is that on the battlefield, it's also important to understand what your opponents might be doing. You might be thinking that, social media is not important for my locality. But then your opponent is serious on social media. They are serious ensuring that their content is heard, their content is known, and their content is seen. They are very serious on social media. So ensuring that you have a social media management team that is monitoring opponents and trends would also be important. So your social media management team will come to you and they will tell you, honorable member, there's something that is currently trending online. And it would be good that you can take the time to speak about it. You know, when you speak about it, young people will even start liking you more in our constituency. So just take even about 30 seconds to say, no, I recognize that young person who did an amazing drawing, and I would like to see how best we can support them. You know, you try by all means to see how you blend your political influence also with the trending realities that are currently happening online. That is just some of the brief lineups that I wanted to give you before we go into our next module, because it will be very, very important. There's something that I just want to show. Mr. Gondo, are you able to just pass me the book that is on the table there, where we were sitting? I had a conversation with one of the gallant freedom fighters in our country before she died. Her name is Mama Christine Mulundika. So in the past 3 years, I took the time to profile some of Zambia's gallant leaders that participated in the liberation of our country. And I put together an amazing book that profiles men and women, especially women, that played an amazing role to Zambia's independence. And this is the book titled Giants of Liberation. Now, in this particular book, one question that I asked Mama Mulundika was, how were you communicating during the struggle for independence? Because there was no TikTok, there was no Instagram, there was no hashtag, there was no third party encrypting. There was nothing like that. How were you communicating? And also, I've noticed that on YouTube, there are, old videos of President Kaunda, Mr. Harimwanga Nkumbula, the Arthur winners. They would be speaking to some of the great leaders of then. And those videos are, why was it important to document some of those key events? And then she said, how we were communicating, Mwila, was very challenging. We could write letters and ensure that those letters, they could take time to get delivered. But in one way or another, we ensured that those letters got delivered. The other way, the reason why we also ensured that the people that were fighting for our independence were perfectly documented is that we come to understand that history in one way or another should be kept intact. Because if we don't safeguard our history as a continent, it becomes very difficult for us to even envision where we are going. That is why we invested such a great deal of time to ensure that the content at that moment in time is perfectly documented. And that is why I come to this point of content, creating engaging content. Everything that happens in your life, honorable members, if you know that it will be beneficial to society, ensure that it's perfectly documented. When you come to an event such as this, you let your constituents know that I am representing you well. Currently, I'm attending a SADC Parliamentary Forum. Right now, it might seem as though it's not important, but in the near future, when someone begins to put together your life history, they'll be able to say this person represented us not only in Tanzania, but they also represented us across the African region. They did not only represent us in Zambia, but they also represented us across the globe, because you've been able to compile all the, right now, I'm going to make sure that this streaming that is currently taking place, when it's done, I'll make sure that I cut myself very well, that image and video, and go back home and tell the young man to say, my son, sit here. Have you seen what your father is doing? Be serious with school. Make sure when you're going to school, you speak very, very well like your father, because I'm ensuring that everything that we're doing is perfectly documented. And that is where now creating engaging content comes in. Now, this is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, the internet never forgets. And I hope many of us know that. So be very careful again what you post on social media. 2-3 months ago, I was privileged to be on a team. So we were recruiting a programs manager for an organization that I consult for. And I was surprised that when this young man walked in, the gentleman that sat next to me, he said, even this one. So as the interview went on, the young man was bright, intelligent, he knew exactly what he was doing. And then the gentleman next to me said, I would like to take you back to January 27th, 2014. When you said that this organization is only there to benefit from donor money, and they are not doing anything tangible on the ground. You said this in 2014 about this very same organization you now want to work for. Why should we employ you? The young man could not say a single thing. He lost an opportunity of a lifetime to get a job simply because of what? The content he had on social media. The internet never forgets. So in as much as we're trying by all means to encourage you to ensure that you have as much content online as possible, ensure that you are also able to filter. Is this important? Is this necessary? And one thing I'd also like to encourage you and just remind you on, never post online when you are angry, especially if you're the one managing your own platform. If you're angry, if you're maybe a bitter about something, because social media is very funny. It has a way in which it translates our emotional feelings into real life. And then all of a sudden we're seeing an honorable member blasting at each and every individual online. It has nothing to do with those people. It has everything to do with what? With them. So we are pleading. If you're angry, just stay away from social media for a little bit. If you're upset about something, just stay away from social media a little bit, because you might post something which tomorrow now you'll be on the media apologizing. No, I just want to apologize to the nation. I understand that we crossed the boundary and we are really sorry. You don't want to find yourself in that situation. Now, what are the different types of content that we have online? And I think after this, I'll be able to show you how to develop compelling storytelling content. And then I'll open the floor for a little something that I just want to pick your brains on. Importance of storytelling and compelling content and creating compelling content. There was an amazing story that came today of the honorable member who talked about how she was cyberbullied. And that story might seem as though it's not as relevant for this conversation, but it was. Because one of the things that engages online audiences are your personal stories. So what story do you have to tell? Even in your quest of running, especially in our process of running for office, what stories are we telling in order to ensure that we have people on our side? So telling compelling stories is very important, and ensuring that we create profound engagement. Knowing your audience. A story is told of a gentleman who went to the Zambezi River. He came from Italy. And when he went to the Zambezi River, he went with an agenda of planting tomatoes just next to the Zambezi River, big tomatoes. It's actually a book on the shores of the Zambezi River. So when he went there, he did not take the time to interact with the community of the Zambezi River. So he went there with his technology, with his gadgets and all those things. So they planted a huge portion of tomatoes, and the tomatoes grew in a short space of time. And those tomatoes were very big. And then on one fateful day, this gentleman wakes up with his team to go and check on how the tomatoes are doing and all that. As he got to the shores of the Zambezi River to check on his tomatoes, he found all the tomatoes have been destroyed. And that's how he now came to the local community, and he said, what happened to the tomatoes we had planted here? And then the local community said, the hippos came out of the waters and they destroyed your tomatoes. And that is how this gentleman got so furious. We invested a lot of money. We put in a lot of machinery. Why did you not tell us that there are hippos just next to where we planted the tomatoes? And the local people said, you did not bother to come and ask. So we allowed you to do what you were doing because you thought you know it all. And the gentleman of the book goes on to say, if you want to create meaningful development, you need to shut up and listen. And that is how it is also important to know our audience, especially while we are utilizing our social media platforms. That there are moments when we need to research on what kind of information will resonate with my followers? What kind of information will resonate with the people on my platform? The moment you're able to know your audience, it also becomes easier on the tone that you have to use. For instance, I'll give an example of myself. The audience that I normally focus on are young people between the ages of 15 and 35. So even the manner in which I brand my content, I ensure that it fits that particular demographic. But I only do that basically on Facebook and on Twitter. And then when I come to LinkedIn, I understand that there is a little bit of people who are more professional. So even my tone, how I come out and how I do certain things, I ensure that it fits and blends that particular demographic. Now I'd like to read a story that I wrote for you. And after this story, I'm going to open the floor for a particular exercise. It won't take long because I don't want us to be here forever. There's a compelling story that I put together that seeks to inspire the participation of women in politics. And this is just an idea that I would want to give you on how to use stories to inspire people to either vote for you, to inspire people to either believe in your goals, to inspire people to either rally behind the ambition that you want to bring to the table in your community. So the story goes as this. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Sarah who had always dreamed of becoming a politician. She had a strong passion for saving her community and making a positive impact on people's lives. However, as she grew older and started to learn more about the political landscape, she noticed that women like herself were underrepresented in government. Despite the obstacles she faced, Sarah refused to give up on her dreams. She joined a women's political organization that aims to empower women in politics and create an enabling environment for them to succeed. Through the organization, she met other women who shared her passion and determination. Together, they advocated for policies that would support women in politics, such as increased funding for female candidates and better mentorship programs. They also encouraged other women to run up for office and provided them with the tools and resources they needed to succeed. Through their hard work and dedication, Sarah and her fellow advocates were able to create a more inclusive and empowering environment for women in politics. Today, more women than ever before are running for office and making their voices heard in government. But the fight is far from over. There is still much more work to be done to ensure that women have equal representation in politics. So join us in this fight. Let us create a world where women can reach their full potential and make a difference in the world. Together, we can make it happen. This is just how storytelling can provide a particular call to action to influence your constituents as regards how you want them to rally behind you. For instance, you're going to a constituency and you're using social media to package your message. You tell them, I grew up in this village. I went to that school by the corner. And when I went to that school, I noticed that we used to sit on stones. And I want to see how I can be your leader to bring about a different. I'm just giving an example on how we can use storytelling to change the world around us, especially for social media. Now, I would like us to discuss what stories do you have from your communities that we can use to inspire women's participation in politics? Chair, through you.
Thank you, presenter. Now the floor is open for any contribution. Best practices, storytelling. Story sharing. Ladies. Go ahead. Honorable Princess, do you have your hands up or you are stretching your arms?
Yes, so that I can run away from the workshop.
Okay, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. The first issue I want to raise to you, and I think Honorable Sally was kind of hinting on it to say, I'm just concerned about my constituency. When I was just a public speaker and advocate, it was very easy for me to showcase I'm at the UN, I am at SADC PF, but I learned from some of the politicians to say, sometimes your people can become jealousy if you are so showing what you are doing outside. And I don't know, maybe that was a wrong echo chamber, but that kind of minimized me in trying to showcase places like when I'm in international gathering, because I thought it was a good thing. It's showing me both locally and internationally, but I learned that a lot of members of parliament don't want to show the side where they have flown somewhere, lest they're hated or people become jealous of them, that they're traveling and getting some allowance. That's what it ends up being. That's one point. The last one, in terms of stories, one of the books that I'm reading is about TED Talks. Okay, 9 secrets of a public speaker. One of the things it talks about is be authentic, speak from your heart, be truthful. And of course, that comes usually from your stories. So I think what I'm just adding there, for me who has come to this platform by being HIV positive and telling my story, it has evolved because now I represent more of women issues. I'm a parliamentarian. How do you continue that story and yet enlarging it, yet without losing your lane? That becomes the question. I submit, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Asune. Yes, Honorable Shali.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And before I proceed, may I thank all the presenters. And before I give a story, I would also want to ask him to assist me when he said that we should circulate what we are doing, send it everywhere. But then whenever they talk of that, I'm thinking of those women there. Accessing my information requires bundle. Those bundles, I mean, they're paid for. And then everybody is posting. That lady at the rural put maybe a son and sent some money from, well, the city. Now you want that to communicate with the child, and then all our, what is this? WhatsApp, no more bundle. And I'm just telling him what I'm doing and this and this. Anyway, please, that I need your assistance. Now coming to the story of women in politics and how to convince them to join or how to enjoy that. Before joining politics, I was working in a bank. And for 10 years, I was a branch manager. And I could see how it was difficult for women to access loans. No security, nothing. So they would just sit there or do small projects. But then in my country, we have this 10% for women from the local government funds. Initially, it was all the 10 for women, but later on, after certain discussion, they decided that the 10 should go as follows: 4% for women, 4% for youth, and 2% for the disabled people. Okay. Then they had a little percent of interest. Later on, it was discussed and it was agreed that interest-free loans. What am I saying? This is a success. At least women now can join groups and access those funds interest-free, but then it's a revolving fund. After you've done your project, maybe you started with maize selling or horticulture or what is this? Chicken keeping, or maybe goat, whatever project. And later on, after you repay the loan, it goes to another group and so on and so on. So that is a country successful story. I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Charlie. We have a hand from Zimbabwe. You can go ahead, madam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me this opportunity just to tell a little story how I came engaged into politics. Long before I was a politician, I used to work for a non-governmental organization as a field worker. But with the time, I engaged the women to form projects. One of the groups engaged itself in a garden project where they were growing vegetables and any other small vegetables. Then that group grew up, and then they left the gardening project. When we were just advising each other, they started engaging themselves in cattle buying. The group went on cattle buying. Some of them did not have money. We made proposals to that organization that I used to work for until they were given some money to buy cattle. I'm telling you today, we are very proud of that group. Instead of doing only that cattle, because some of them did not even have one cattle, now they have cattle. And after having those cattle, they sold some of the cattle, and then they started catching caterpillars and buying some of them. And as a result, today that group has engaged in the manufacturing of caterpillars. They have their own factory for caterpillars, and they are making a lot of money, which also inspired me after that, that women can do it, even if they are alone. I ended up getting into politics and getting support from those women. And as long as I go there in the community, we will never know that I'm an MP, because we will all be at par, eating together, because we started from very far. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Any other contribution or sharing of story? Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is not a story, but I have a question to the presenters. We have talked of the cyber bullying. I just wanted to find out if someone commits a cyber crime, what is the punishment and how do we report that? I'm asking that because previously I shared with this committee my personal story on how I campaigned. I don't want to repeat the story, but I went through a lot, and it ended up into violence. I reported that issue, but nothing happened up to now. So I'm interested to know with the cyberbullying, because some countries are going towards the campaign period and will be facing a lot of those bullying. how do we report, and what can you assure us that there may be, the punishment will be? I submit.
Thank you, MP from Botswana. Any more contribution? Yes, Ambassador, yes, you can go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. I just wanted to reflect on women's stories and how we need a support around women's stories. At times as women, when we lead, as has been shared, we are leading from an experience of pain. An experience of pain of what we have seen in our villages. At times we've been the ones who have been raped or sexually abused, and we become very strong on the issue. But telling that story is about opening yourself up to vulnerability. And if there is no strong support system, your story can be of personal strength, but also can be the one used against you. So I really would recommend that the future sessions would go deeper into the storytelling and say how to make the personal political without making yourself more vulnerable and at risk. Because at times people just say, she's a crybaby, she's raising micro village issues. We are here to talk big issues of the country. So how to manage the messaging, I think it's important. My second comment, Honorable Chair, is the point that has been raised by Honorable Member on how, with increase of online violence, what could be our recommendation to the SADC Parliamentary Forum? We know that the forum, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, does election monitoring and observation. Could this be one of the critical areas of investment? Pre-election, when SADC, together with the AU, the SADC Secretariat, do election observation to have an indicator around sexual violence and talk about violence against women, including online violence, so that they visit to the electoral commissions in our countries, they are monitoring these issues, they are talking with the relevant commissions to do with media, because we are already feeling the pressure that the women candidates are going through. So possibly the SADC Parliamentary Forum, within its election observation approach and model, could take this issue as an actionable issue in the forthcoming elections in the region and support the women leaders who are running for public office. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Yes, Kurasha.
Thank you, Chair. I've been prompted by the issue of cyber violence that has been raised by the Goodwill Ambassador. To confirm to honorable members that indeed, actually, the SADC PF observation methodology includes focusing on the role of the social media and ICTs, and the issue of cyber violence is no longer emerging. It is actually intensifying. It's one of those areas that require a lot of attention. So what we require to do is really to strengthen our response, because we have already been giving it attention, but we need to strengthen our response. Part of this training is part of that response, where if women are empowered, they are better able to respond. Our wish is really to move away from portraying women just as victims, but also to be proactive, to congest the same space, begin to create narrative, but more importantly, where they are targeted, be able to respond appropriately, but also to mobilize and be able to have solidarity across the region. What if in an election in Mauritius, a member of this group is targeted in terms of cyberbullying, and a member of parliament from Madagascar or a member of parliament from Malawi is also among those that are expressing solidarity, it would definitely send a different signal in terms of how women are able to mobilize and respond. So what we really wish is a scenario where women are not just portrayed as victims. We need to confront the bull by its horns and be able to catch the rest of the bull, not just end with the horns. So we really need to strengthen, and I think this is part of our modest effort to strengthen the capacity of women to be able to respond. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Kurasha. I think SG wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Oh, I can also speak at the end so that I don't.
Yes, you can speak at the end. Do we have any hands up again? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to take the floor because my sister has already done so. But perhaps really to just emphasize that the stories that you will hear will not be good music. If you saw the example from the presenter, it was another woman mobilizing other women to actually do for other women. And in this whole thing, if you look at an election period or when we say campaigns, it requires resources, precisely what Sarah did, because there was mention of resources and there was sympathy also from the other women. Lack of funding. When we talk election, we talk about resources. We also talk about sympathy from our male counterparts. The selection process, candidate selection. For example, in Zimbabwe, we have 210 constituencies which require first past the post. Do women stand to win the 105 to be allocated to women themselves so that they stand as candidates in constituencies? Or they still wait for the proportional representation in the Senate, the separate system, where we start with a woman and then a man, the deliberate attempt in terms of covering the game. And I think Kurasha touched on solidarity, which is quite clear in terms of missing in terms of us as the SADC Parliamentary Forum. In the morning, you gave a list, a rundown of the list of the elections that are to be conducted in the region. How prepared are we as SADC Parliamentary Forum in terms of sympathy, in terms of solidarity, in terms of resource allocation, so that we also get the 50-50, because 2030, 2063 is fast approaching. Sorry, Chair, to add on to the list of actually the equation of actually wanting to find where do we go from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Talking about the 50-50 parity, it makes me reflect that we also have to brainstorm how we in the SADC region, how do we help female MPs that are already in office how do we protect them from cyberbullying? And how do we help them being re-elected also? Because sometimes it can pin them down and they would not run for office again. And how we in the SADC region can help them to run for office again, to be elected, so that we can be playing around the 50-50 parity. If we don't have any intervention again from the floor, let me give you my story. I joined politics, you know, when I was listening to Ambassador, something came up in my mind when she says that many of us women, we are leading out of pain. I would add to this saying, we are also leading out of victimization. I joined politics after being victimized. I was a qualified nurse and midwife. And I've worked on many outer islands because we are a country with outer islands. And when I came back to the mainland, I enrolled for a post-basic diploma in community health to help the community. I wanted to reach out to the community. And when I was due for my promotion, they denied me. They denied me once, I appealed, they denied me twice. I booked an appointment, I confronted the minister to ask him why I was not given my promotion. And the reason was no security clearance. I was being victimized by the government. I quit. And I joined politics. I could not fight them inside, but when on the outside, I could fight them. I stood at my first election in 1988. I lost. I got only 477 votes. I ran for another mandate in 5 years after that, 2002, and I won. And now I'm on my 5th mandate in parliament. I've stood for 6 elections. And I was called in to join politics by the president who is now running office in our government. He was the one that pulled me to say, come, we'll join hands and we will fight them. This is how I joined politics. If we don't have any more contribution, I'll give the floor to SG.
No, thank you, honorable members. The issue of gender-based violence, I think, comes a long way. It has been discussed by almost every interparliamentary body. At the RWPC, we have also discussed the issue of GBV. And if honorable members may recall, just go to the definition of gender-based violence in the SADC model law. It does list grounds upon which GBV may be considered as a criminal offense. And we have listed the issue of cyberbullying. I was looking quickly at the study that was done by the Interparliamentary Union. And I think the conclusion there by the Secretary General of the IPU, allow me to just read it as it is, honorable members. And I quote, he says, IPU study calls upon parliaments to define and apply robust policies and mechanisms to deter such behavior. Parliaments need to put their own house in order if they want to lead by example and stop discrimination and violence against women in all walks of life. The effectiveness of parliaments, progress towards equality between men and women, and the vitality of democracy itself all depend on it, close quote. The question that comes to mind is what you just shared, Honorable Esperon, which is a very good and motivating story. But then one wonders, when you are in as women, how do you gravitate together to form the numbers that would help us put the house in order? I know we don't have the numbers in parliament, but I think we can have a voice through a cross-party mechanism. And the cross-party mechanism is why we're sitting here today. At national level, we find that most of our national women's caucuses are weak. And you find, and this one brings me to the question that was asked by the honorable member from Malawi. I've shared my story. I think what I'm hearing is that, what support have I got? From Zimbabwe also shared where another woman MP was supported, and the list can go on. What I would like for us to reflect on is the mechanisms that we can employ at regional level and national level that can create a safety net for women who are in politics or those who would like to join politics and speak with one voice around some of these issues. We used to have lobby missions to countries, which were done by the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Sometimes we'll be there to see the violence because we attended political party rallies and we tried to go to where women were. We were helpless. And I think the helplessness comes from what the Secretary General, Mr. Martin Shung, is telling us. If systems are not in place, if policies tolerate some of these behaviors, then there's no place to hang your hopes on. And I just want to encourage honorable members that the systems are there somewhat. The research has been done. The harassment can be seen even by a blind man or woman. And therefore, I think we need to move a little bit aggressively in this direction, particularly because if we monitor, I think the question for monitoring, I would put it differently to say, in the next 12 elections that are happening in the SADC region, we need to document a report that basically details the violence or harassment that can be observed either by small pre-election missions or those that are reported online or through the media, so that we're able to look at what happened then. We also read in your parliaments where some members report these issues and nothing is done. And I wanted to underline the issue of nothing is done because we know that it is true. ICT is complex, yes, but there needs to be a little bit of commitment from governments because we also know that they can find what they want to find. And if it can help us to use that constructively as well to resolve certain issues without having to go to tribunals or setting up new courts and many other issues, I think that would go a long way. I just needed to say that, Chair. I believe we need to be structured as the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus because we are saying the evidence points to the fact that we are the most vulnerable. And if indeed women are vulnerable to this extent, what does it mean when you get into parliament? Do you maintain a dignified silence because of self-preservation? Do you go out there and get attacked? Or do we try to make the world safer for all of us? Because ultimately, then the playing field is not leveled. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, SG. I think we have to reflect on these issues and we would brainstorm in future to see how we can deal with this issue. Do we have any more contribution from the floor? If we don't have, I would give the floor to the resource person, either Mr. Gondo or Mwila, to summarize the work of the day that we have done.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure we could all feel, the inspiration in the room when we ask for people to tell their individual stories. And I can imagine if each and everyone in this room is more inspired by the stories that came forth, how much more the people in our locality, how much more can they be inspired? Now, talking about the issue of, as we wind up this session, talking about the issue of, cyberbullying and cyber violence, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, but maybe because of time, I'll just go to Facebook. It's actually possible for us to put things in place in order for us to filter some of those profanity that comes in. And I think they'll be able to just show us that when you go to your Facebook page, when you come to the settings part, when you go to the settings part, and then you come all the way down to, you come here on privacy. As you come on privacy, you come on public posts. When you come on public posts and then you go down, there's a part here which says profanity filter. So automatically when a person sends anything either on your page or on your platform or on your posts, that in one way or another, Facebook itself may deem to be profane or may deem to have a violent effect on your mental health automatically Facebook will mute that and it won't even be shown on your Facebook page or even in your comment section. So when you go there, you just have to turn that on. So when you see on my page there, it's already turned on. So if I turn this off, automatically anyone can post whatever they feel like posting, and Facebook will not be able to filter that. But the moment you turn that on, at least you are perfectly safeguarded from certain warriors that might just want to profane your name in one way or another. The next thing I just want to show you, I may not know if I hope this doesn't make you not depend so much on your PAs, but in case you want to make your content faster, there are certain artificial intelligence platforms such as this guy that I would just like to take you through. And I would like to give him a command just for you to see what he's capable of doing. So we'll say that, how can SADC Parliamentary Forum curb support in curbing cyber violence against female political leaders? And the guy would definitely give you all the kind of information that you're actually looking for. So Southern African Parliamentary Forum can play a critical role. It gives you all the information, awareness and education, policy development, advocacy and legislation, capacity building, research and data collection, collaboration and networking, support mechanisms, monitoring and evaluation. Overall, by taking these actions, the SADC PF can contribute significantly to create a safer and more inclusive online environment for female political leaders in the region, thereby curbing cyber violence and promoting gender equality in politics. How many of us are going to use that platform? I hope it doesn't make most of us lazy in one way or another, but I think it would be a good platform to just basically help you on creating social media content for yourself in the unlikely event that you might be busy or in one way or another. It's also one thing that can be of great support. Now, to wind up our session, one of the things that we have talked about is that let us not look down on the power of social media in whatever we do as political leaders. Let us try by all means that even as we are leveraging on the power of traditional media, such as the radio stations, such as television, such as newspapers, let us ensure that the social media space, the digital space, is something that we also take into consideration. But then again, we can also use the digital space to connect with one another across the region. And I think COVID-19 showed us that. You know, at Southern African Youth Forum, we have been able to connect all the young people across the region, just basically within the digital space. So that's one component that we can also use. The other thing that we've also talked about here is the need for us to ensure that we look into our digital wellness. Our digital footprint is important because, as we had stated, that the internet in itself never forgets. So we have to ensure that we go back in time and we begin to filter certain things that we know by nature in itself can be detrimental to our political journey in one way or another. The other issue that we have also talked about is the power of storytelling, regardless at whatever level as you are running for office. Social media, ladies and gentlemen, is here to stay. So we have no choice but to see how best we can just jump on the bandwagon and we see how best we can begin to capitalize on some of this great innovation that are coming our way. And as I conclude, one thing that I would just like to state myself and Mr. Gondo, we are more than ready and available to see how best through SADC Parliamentary Forum, to see how best we can be of great support. After this particular session, if at adventure you might want to help, you might want help in creating your Twitter platform, your Facebook platform, to work on your LinkedIn platform, please, we can see how best we can support in one way or another. When all that is said and done, thank you so much to the chair and to SADC Parliamentary Forum for granting us this opportunity, and may God bless.
Thank you, Muira. Before we go to AOB and to the closing, I would invite Ronald to have some
Good afternoon, honorable members.
to point out.
So, sorry. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Ronald Benva. I'm the ICT officer for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I just want to bring to your attention that ICT knows, as well as what it does for all of us, it is a two-edged sword, basically. In as much as it assists us with so much what we're doing in all our environment. Take, for instance, Zoom right now. We are being broadcast live to all our facilities, all our social medias right now, as we are right now. But in doing that, we should also be aware that there are security issues that comes with that as well. So this is why we at SADC are insistent on some of the security measures that we've come to insist upon. This is why when you join our meetings, our virtual meetings, we insist that you register, for instance, on our meetings. This is so that we make sure that when you register, you are the person that we invited for our meetings. So this gives us an opportunity when you are in the meeting so we do not have a situation where somebody from Pakistan who's not supposed to be in the meeting is in our meetings. So it might be an inconvenience to you, but it is something that we really need to have in our facility so that we have an opportunity to know who's who, when, and how they joined our meetings. SADC is always looking out for opportunities in terms of ICTs, how we can alleviate, how to ease our source of how we interact with the rest of our communities, basically. So, but in doing that, we also wish to advise the members that when you, for instance, are using your emails, please do not click on any email, any link that is not yours, that you are not really sure. This is to talk to the phishing issues that we had before. So make sure that when you click, it is really from that recipient, that person that was supposed to have sent to you. So you don't want to have a situation where your laptop is now hacked and whatever you do is on your computer is being watched over. It is issues of phishing comes into play as well. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ronald. Thank you, Ronald. And ladies and gentlemen, seize the opportunity before you leave to get the help of our resource persons to put your phone on your laptop in order for security reason, as Ronald has said. Maybe during the session, you have not catch up with everything. And after the session, you can seize the opportunity to get the help of the two resource persons to help you with this activity. I think Honorable from Angola wanted to say something. Go ahead, Honorable.
Muito obrigada, caras colegas e colegas, senhora secretária-geral que está aqui conosco. Eu queria partilhar um pouco a experiência da Angola. Há uma parte que a nossa secretária-geral, inclusive, assistiu. No início de cada mandato, nós temos um processo de formação para os deputados e onde integra um programa de formação também nas TICs. Eu gostaria aqui de dizer que nós neste momento já temos a desmaterialização do processo documental. Portanto, a circulação dos documentos das plenárias, documentos que vão à discussão, já funciona de forma digital. Nós já não usamos o papel. O papel é normalmente para um ou outro ofício que tem que ser assinado e aí sim, mas de uma maneira geral nós já temos a desmaterialização e durante a época da pandemia, enquanto era um processo inicial, durante a época da pandemia, esse processo de desmaterialização conseguiu desenvolver-se mesmo. Está instalado e já não tem volta. E temos sempre os funcionários ligados às TICs para acompanharem e darem assessoria aos deputados sempre que tiverem alguma dúvida no que toca às matérias de digitalização, matérias das redes sociais. Portanto, é um processo, eu acho que é um investimento bom que se pode fazer, porque isso também ajuda muito para o nosso trabalho. E por norma é raro alguém, quando alguém tem alguma dificuldade, pode pedir ajuda a um funcionário que estão lá à disposição, já entregues para apoiarem as comissões, os membros das diferentes comissões, e então tem sido muito proveitoso para nós e também muito fácil. Eu peço desculpas por roubar alguns minutos, mas achei que era importante partilhar este momento com as colegas e os colegas que estão aqui. Muito obrigada. Já nos estão a mandar embora.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable, for your sharing of your experience. As we approach the end, we will go to the next item under the agenda. This is any other business if we have. Do we have any other business? I don't see any hands up. SG, you don't have any contribution. Okay, thank you very much. So we will proceed to the closing remarks. Okay, sorry. Let us go to the recommendation first before the closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I now present the recommendations of the meeting of the SADC-PF Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus held on 11th May 2023 at Radisson or Aratambo International Hotel, Johannesburg, South Africa, under the theme leveraging social media to advance women political participation in the SADC region. Following the training on leveraging social media to advance women political participation in the SADC region and riding on the CSW agreed conclusions during the 67th session in March 2023, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus concluded and made the following recommendations. Roman numeral 1, that SADC member parliaments should lobby their governments to grant tax rebates in importation of digital gadgets to ease access of the products by women and youth. 2, that SADC member states should ensure the availability of electricity power and internet connectivity infrastructure, especially in the rural areas, to ensure ease access of the digital platforms by the rural populations. 3, that SADC member parliaments should encourage their governments to lobby the service providers to ensure that the airtime and data tariffs are affordable to the generality of the citizens. 4, that SADC parliaments should enact legislation on cybersecurity to protect users from falling victim of online fraud. And 5, that SADC-PF Secretariat should consider further training, especially on managing social media content. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Edna, for this recommendation. Thank you. The Vice President, Honorable Mary Joanne Sabrina Tu. The Vice Chairperson, Honorable Rama Rosao. Emmeline Rakotube. Honorable Member from the SADC member states, Her Excellency, the SADC PF Secretary General, Ms. Buemo Seguma, SADC PF Secretariat, staff from National Parliament in the SADC region, esteemed resource person, distinguished participant. I am honored and humbled to deliver closing remarks at this meeting, which was held under the theme, leveraging social media to advance women participation in the SADC region. Allow me to begin by a quote from Henry Ford, which states that any man can learn anything he will, but no man can teach except to those who wants to learn. Honorable members, indeed today, you demonstrated your desire to learn and prove that you are teachable. For this positive attitude, I would like to thank and congratulate all of you for the commitment and enthusiasm you have shown in all the training sessions. It has been a long day, but worthwhile. Honorable members, distinguished participants, let me acknowledge and commend our resource persons from Southern African Youth Forum, namely Mr. Mishek Gondo and Mr. Mwila Bonga, who were fantastic, vibrant, very knowledgeable, considerate, and willing to answer all our questions. Let me appreciate the practical sessions that our esteemed resource persons Evelyn took us through by exposing us to various types of social media and skill on how they can be used, and most importantly, digital security and tools to manage risk associated with cybersecurity. It is important to note that it is not by chance that SAWAF is here today, but a deliberate plan by the Secretariat to ensure that the expectations of this meeting are fulfilled. It is a well-known fact that young people and women in the SADC region experience similar drawback relating to underrepresentation in political space, and both have burning desire to overcome the obstacle in achieving their political career. Thus, this platform has provided us the opportunity for intergenerational collaboration towards creating political space for women and young people through the use of social media. I therefore would like to thank the Secretariat for such a well thought out plan, and I am confident that the skill that SAWAF imparted to all of us will address the social media usage hesitancy and dispel the fear that we used to entertain prior to the training. Honorable members, as already been alluded to in the opening remarks, the timing of the training is appropriate because women parliamentarians in the SADC countries that would hold election in 2023 and beyond will harness social media to amplify their voices and increase their visibility in political spaces. It is believed that social media has opened up a new world of possibilities and is a powerful tool for women empowerment. Therefore, I encourage all women parliamentarians to embrace social media and use it to their advantages as this tool will allow you to write and share your own stories with the citizen as opposed to some mainstream media. As I conclude, let me quote Henry Ford again, who said, "Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80, unquote." Honorable members, learning is a continuous process. Thus, more capacity building session of this nature or other areas of interest that futures the interest of women political participation remain essential. So embrace learning. Once again, let me thank in a special way Her Excellency Secretary General Buimo Suguma and her team at SADC PF for organizing this important capacity building meeting for us. Can we give a clap, please? Thank you for all active participation in the meeting today. I wish you a pleasant evening, and for those of you leaving soon, safe trip back home. Let me end on this note by saying that around the corner, with digital knowledge, more women will be coming. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It seems that Honorable Shali want to end the session by the song, no? Yeah, we can have her sing for the woman.
Sorry, honorable members, before we leave, there's tea outside as we walk out. Thank you. So don't go without grabbing a cup of tea.
We're gonna sing now. Honorable Shali. Women are coming.
Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming. Women are coming around the corner. Women are coming.
Amen. Shane.
My guy.
You have survived, my guy.
I pulled through, bro.
You have done it. Didn't sleep. Did you?
No. Not once. Not once, ever.
I had like another one.
Oh, okay.
Done, but then I will have to. I don't know. These are.
Okay, we cannot.
Yeah, I will have to go into a hole. Disappear from the world. That will be done. I will be done.
Yeah, my week is full Saturday, so.
What are you doing?
Saturday, apparently there's some big shit surprise that's waiting for us. But anyway, it is what it is.
At AMD?
AMD is not stopping.
Full. Okay.
Full team,
Are
except.
you gonna go and get some coffee or whatever? Or
No.
you running?
I'm running, I'm going to box with that. We're tired now. Now they're not tired. We're tired now. Now they're not tired anymore.
Who?
Just man.
So members sitting in the committee, the meeting will start at 9 o'clock. So, we are doing for 3 minutes. To prepare for the world meeting, they were minutes.
My man.
Thanks.
My man.
Baby guy. Coming, I'm gonna get some. Oh, all right, I'll be later. Thank you.
Yes. Funny, die wat jy belowe gister.
Ja, ik ga de recording, ik moet daar maar alles meer sessions op te laten. Oh, yeah.